Hello, everyone. My name is Mallory Watts, and welcome to Ohio Wesleyan's Ultimate Karaoke Contest. Oh wait, I'm sorry guys, I read that wrong. Let me start over. Delegates and distinguished guests, welcome to Milwaukee, home of the 2020 Democratic National Convention. Coming to the podium is our esteemed parliamentarian, Professor William Louthan.
I hereby call to order the 2020 Ohio Wesleyan University Mock Convention, the Mock Convention of the Democratic Party, the party of the people. If you believe in a government that champions human rights and civil rights and voters' rights, not a government that champions corporate rights and polluters' rights, then welcome to the party of the people. If you prefer a government that protects abortion rights and gay rights, not one-percenters' rights and gun-toters' rights, then welcome to the party of the people. Join me. If you prefer a Washington, D.C., in which the majority of the American people make public policy, not where oil companies make energy policy, drug companies make health policy, and Rudy Giuliani makes foreign policy, then welcome to the party of the people. And if you care about the public schools, the public health, and the Commonwealth more than you care about stock market tips and sirloin tips, then welcome to the party of the people. Please join me in standing as the OWU Jaywalkers sing the national anthem and remain standing through the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Say, does that star Let us pray. God of authority, as we gather today to seek the greater good of this nation, keep us mindful that all in authority must answer for how they use their public trust. Help us to be good stewards of the responsibility that we have been given at this time and in this place. God of wisdom, stir up in us a discerning spirit, seeking what is right, as you help us to see the right. God of justice, grant us courage to be attentive not only to the voices of the powerful and influential, but also of those who are without power or influence. God of dignity, give us the wisdom to see that all human beings, those like us and those who differ from us, those who live in this nation and those who seek refuge here, are of inherently equal worth and are worthy of our care, our attention, and our protection. God of peace, grant us the perseverance to ceaselessly work to end war while always protecting the vulnerable and the innocent. God of love, let this convention reflect your self-giving love and to seek what is good not only for ourselves, but also for our neighbors. Bless our time together, our work, and this nation with your wisdom and your love. Amen.
My name is Greg Margavicius, and I am the president of the Wesleyan Council on Student Affairs. My fellow Democrats, welcome to Milwaukee. Please now join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Honored delegates and guests, I would like now to introduce the honorary permanent chair of this year's convention. There is a resume in the program, but I'd like to add just a couple of personal comments to that. Our honorary permanent chair this year is Valerie Schwarzman, who graduated from Ohio Wesleyan University in 1981. She was a student in a number of my classes, and now today I count her as both one of the best students I've ever had in 48 years at Ohio Wesleyan, but I also count her as one of my best friends. More importantly, she was a student delegate to the mock convention held here in the spring of 1980 when she was a junior. So she is, in fact, your predecessor in those seats. Honored delegates and guests, Ms. Valerie Schwarzman.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby call the 2020 Democratic Convention to order. Delegates, it is my distinct honor to invite to the podium Ahmed Hamed and Mallory Watts, my co-chairs for today's session.
Thank you, Chairperson Schwartzman. We would like to take a moment of personal privilege to sincerely and truly thank all of our executive committee members and anyone else who helped plan the 2020 mock convention. Would committee members please stand up and be recognized? The mock convention is just one part of Ohio Wesleyan's long-standing commitment to public affairs. The Arneson Institute for Practical Politics and Public Affairs was founded in 1947 by Professor Ben Arneson, who had a 36-year career at Ohio Wesleyan University. His vision was summarized in a pledge that all of his students signed, which read, "With a view to serving the public interest and regardless of the nature of my future vocation, I pledge that upon leaving college, I will devote a portion of my time to active and definite participation in public affairs."
Although students today no longer sign pledge cards, the spirit of civic engagement clearly lives on in our student body. By participating in mock convention, you too have demonstrated an active and definitive participation in public affairs, and we are so honored to continue the legacy of these great people. We have worked hard, and so have you. So let us come together in a spirit of public engagement, civic service, and hopefully a rousing debate about politics. Welcome to the 2020 mock convention. Please welcome Executive Committee member Alexis Green to the stage to introduce our next speaker.
Hi, my name is Alexis Green. I am a junior politics and government major. During the midterms in 2018, I was an intern at the Ohio Democratic Party. During this internship, I was able to learn about the importance of voting, civic engagement, and the power of the working class in our own state and across the Midwest. I am pleased to introduce David Pepper, chairman of the Ohio Democratic Party. Chairman Pepper was born and raised in Cincinnati. He earned his BA magna cum laude from Yale University, where he was Phi Beta Kappa, and later earned his JD from Yale Law School. In 1999, he clerked for the Honorable Nathaniel Jones of the United States Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit, and since 2000, Pepper has also worked in the Cincinnati offices of major law firms Squire Sanders and Blank Rome, focusing his practice on commercial, business, and appellate litigation. In 2001, he was first elected to public office, serving on the Cincinnati City Council. 5 years later, Chairman Pepper was elected to the 3-member Hamilton County Commission. He served as the commission president from 2009 to 2010. He has run for 2 statewide offices: Ohio Auditor in 2010, campaigning on a platform of increasing efficiency and transparency in government, and Ohio Attorney General in 2014, calling for greatly improved transparency and integrity. Later that year, he was elected chairman of the Ohio Democratic Party, a post he was re-elected to in 2018. Among his many programs as leader of the party, the Main Street Initiative stands out as a fantastic success. It provides training and support to Democratic candidates running for local office across the state with no prior political experience. In his own words, one of the most important priorities of the Ohio Democratic Party is to build a bench of great public servants, and we're excited to see so many Ohioans stepping up to throw their hat in the ring. Chairman Pepper lives in Cincinnati with his wife Alana, and they are the proud parents of 2 boys, Jack and Charlie. He also teaches courses on election and voting rights law as an adjunct professor at the University of Cincinnati College of Law. Last but not least, he is also the author of The People's House and its sequel, The Wingman, 2 Ohio-based political thrillers. His 3rd book, The Voter File, will be published by Putnam in June of 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, David Pepper.
Hello, Ohio Wesleyan. How you doing? Give yourselves a round of applause for what you've put together today. This is incredible. And it's so incredible that I'm going to do a selfie with you all behind me. Can I do that? I'm going to send this to the National Party. They will not believe what they're seeing here. So could you all stand up and act real crazy for a second? 1, 2, real crazy, real crazy. No, this is amazing. I'll take a few more. So yeah, we are, given what's happening so far, we may have an even wilder convention in Milwaukee, but we'll see. This is the 27th convention, right? What a tradition. And I just want to say, to see this crowd today, to see how much energy there is, it is so refreshing, reassuring, because never has a moment, I believe, been more important for you to be engaged, for young people to be engaged in the political process than right now. And never, and I think those of us who are a little older can say this, never have I been more concerned about the state of the world than we are right now. And never has been more clear that if more people of your generation got involved, that so much of those concerns would go away. So what I want to talk to you today is about staying engaged in what you're doing today, all weekend, and through November, because your generation getting involved in a huge way, not down the road, but right now, could be the thing that saves us at a very tough time. The sooner your generation gets involved in huge numbers to demand better, the better off our country and our world will be. I'm here with a pretty blunt message, and I feel this passionately. And even if this weren't a mock convention, I'd say it to a group like yourselves. And it's pretty tough. The current generation of political leadership in this country has failed you. It is failing you. The Mitch McConnells. Come on, we're at a Democratic convention. You can do better when I say Mitch McConnell to be silent. The Mitch McConnells. The Rob Portmans. The Donald Trumps. The Troy Baldersons. The Steve Stivers. They're failing you. They're failing. You know what? That's harsh. But I'm here to tell you what I believe. Now, why do I say they're failing you? When I grew up, the heart of public service was very simple. The heart of public service was, do you leave the world, do you leave the community in a better place for future generations than what you inherited? And throughout our history, as flawed as our country has been, with a few exceptions, those in charge knew that their number one job, forget all the issues you're going to debate in your platforms, they're all important. But it was the bigger picture, heart of public service is you're supposed to leave the world a better place for the next generation than what you received from your predecessors. Well, how's that working out, folks? You mentioned in my introduction, I have a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old. This is very personal to me, watching them grow up in this world. And you're all living the same thing. Because the sad, honest truth, and this is why you have to get involved now, not later, is on issue after issue. The current generation I talked about is leaving everything worse for you all, for my kids, for your friends. They're leaving it for you to fix, but they're making it harder for you to fix it. And I can think of every issue that is being talked about that you'll be debating in these platforms and on all these issues. By the way, I like to have fun too, but I'm going to be serious for a little bit. On all these issues, you are being left with the bill. And the only way to stop it is the politics of fighting back. Let's go through some of these issues, and you know these, you live these, you worry about these like I do. Let's start with the biggest issue on our planet, climate change. Right? We know what a crisis it is. We know it. But the people in charge, they're so worried about what it's going to take to do something about it. Some of them are so worried about the fact that it may cost some a little money to do something about it, and others maybe even more money, that their approach, as we all know, is to basically deny it even happens, that it even exists. That's how irresponsible the current generation that we're all stuck living under has become. I'm a huge fan of Greta, aren't you? It took the future generation to say loudly and more clear than anyone has, enough is enough. But on climate change, we know we only have a few years. Now, my guess is most of you are 20, 19, 21, right? I don't know. You all look young to me. I hope some of you run for office someday, but the truth is, if you are getting in office at 30, it's too late. That's how bad this climate crisis is. If we all don't get involved right now, they are sticking us with that problem, and every year they wait and deny it, the problem is harder to solve. They're making it worse for you than what they inherited. Gun violence. Gun violence. Right? I mean, crisis. And the solutions aren't that complicated. Universal background checks, right? I mean, 90% of Americans agree with that. Gun owners agree with that. The other solutions, it's just not that hard. Why are they not doing anything? Money, politics. And again, while they're benefiting, the generation in charge, the Rob Portmans, their supporters, the gun manufacturers, the Troy Baldersons, the Donald Trumps, once again, who's paying the price? Who's inheriting the problem? You are. Not just from the victims of the violence, which too often, from schools to bars to are young people, but the idea that our young kids are going through drills that traumatize them versus the adults actually solving the problem is horrific when you think about it. They will not do a damn thing, but the young people pay the price. Education. The most important thing to the future of young people in our country are great public schools, right? Great public schools. Did you hear what Donald Trump said the other day in the State of the Union? Did you hear the catchphrase? I think he called them government schools. Well, that's what they've been saying in Ohio for a decade. It's not about education, though. Again, someone went like this when I asked about guns. They did this, meaning money. For the last decade in this state, the leadership of this state, the Republican leadership of this state, has traded the quality of our public schools for donations from people who run private education companies and online education companies. So the older generation is benefiting. The politicians, big contributions. The companies, every time a student takes an online class, they get like $6,000 or an online class for a year. Who's paid the price? Our young people. Because almost all those schools are complete failures. It's like Trump University, but you're paying for it. So every kid who signed on for an online school that made so much money had their education destroyed. And every public school student in the state lost money to the scam, and their schools went down too. So young people, again, are paying the price for the failures of those in charge. I'm just getting started, by the way. There are too many examples. Student debt, right? Student debt. The Rob Portmans of the world, back when they were in school, it just wasn't that high and it wasn't that expensive. Some of them would have faced some debt coming out of school, but it wasn't decades, and it wasn't crippling, and it didn't risk the whole economy, which your debt does long term. This isn't so hard to solve, but they do nothing to solve it, and who pays the price? You do. You're shouldering their failure, their lack of leadership, their willingness to stand up to those with money who like the system just as it is. Economy, I mentioned student debt, I mentioned public schools. It's more broad than that. We are living in an economy that's getting more and more. A few do amazingly, and everyone else struggles. And that bleeds through in everything we do. And that's what they've left us with. It wasn't this way 50 years ago. When Democrats led for some time, they worked very hard on union rights, on lifting wages, on worker rights, and what was the result? A strong middle class and opportunity. But the current leadership, they've done away with all of that, and we're getting exactly what you get when you destroy unions and you hurt public schools and you don't protect workers. You get a system of a few people doing very well and most people struggling to get by. And then what's the kicker? And again, when I speak to you, I'm looking out for the people who will be the champions of future generations. And I want you to succeed. But I'm afraid this current generation leadership, the Donald Trumps, the Mitch McConnells, Rob Portmans, they don't want you to succeed. They want you to be stuck with everything they're leaving you with. And how do we know that? Because the one thing you would need when you are in charge, which isn't that far away, to deal with the need for infrastructure and good health care and public schools that are strong and the ability to deal with student loans, you need some resources. And what are they doing with those resources? They're giving them away to people who don't need them. That tax scam from a couple years ago, what's it done? Our deficits are exploding, and they're going to keep exploding. So they've made all the problems worse, and they've taken away the dollars that you will need. Again, I don't mean to depress everyone. I know this is your first day. But they're taking away but I want you to get involved. They're taking away the dollars that you will need and giving them to the Koch brothers who don't need them. So, and finally, they are absolutely breaking the political system. They are breaking the political system. The gerrymandering that has districts like this and others carved up into little pieces. So that, and again, I'm in a convention, I'm going to be more harsh than I normally be, so that candidates who have no business being in Congress, like Troy Balderson, win, not because they're a good candidate, because the district guaranteed their victory. What kind of system is that? Citizens United. Citizens United that overwhelms our system with money. The system is broken. And they're also, by the way, all these judicial appointments are to put in place people who will keep it broken when people like you try and reform it. And one other part of the system that's so broken is the current political culture. How toxic it's become. Where you have people who, they want to keep the economic inequality in place. They want to keep these other things in place. And one of the best ways they do it is just divide everybody up. Racism, sexism, inequality, creating enemies, immigrants, LGBTQ Americans and Ohioans. Divide everyone up, get everyone mad at each other, make it toxic, and people won't look at what's really happening with schools and economics and everything I talked about. Have you had enough of this leadership, folks? I mean, are you ready for something new? I am, because you are being stuck with every major problem, and you're having your hands tied behind your back with the ability to deal with it. And as I said, I am cheering for you to get involved. And it's because for you, but when I have my 5 and 3-year-old Jack and Charlie at home, they're not going to get into this for a while. But I'm scared to death about what they're going to inherit if this continues for them. They will spend a lifetime. If we have a second term of this nonsense, first term is bad enough. Everything I've described, if Trump were not president tomorrow, it would take us years to undo the damage. If we give this man a second term, it's decades and decades of undoing the damage, the corruption, the attacks on our environment, you name it. So we need to get you involved right now. Now let me just say, as tough as all I've said is, as Robert Kennedy said, the problems I'm describing, they're solvable. They are solvable. And I know you're going to debate your platform about ways to solve them. As he said, our problems are man-made. Therefore, they can be solved by man, and I'll put and women. And frankly, women are going to solve more than men at this rate, I think, as we watch what's happening. And man can be as big as he wants. No problem of human destiny is beyond human beings. Man's reason and spirit have often solved the seemingly unsolvable, and we believe they can do it again. Folks, there's a way to deal with everything I just talked about. There is enough brain power in our schools and in our citizenry and enough ideas to take on what I just mentioned. I mentioned gun violence. This is common sense. Most of the things that we need to do are actually popular. And it's a political system stopping those things that's the problem. So the problem isn't that we don't have ideas how to solve these problems. The problem is not that the solutions are somehow too hard to find. The problem is who's in charge. The problem is who's involved. And the problem is who cares the most. And right now we have a system where the wrong people are in charge. There are too many people who are most involved who are involved for all the wrong reasons and not the common good. And that's why I tell you right now, there are a lot of things we have to do as a Democratic Party, as a state, but I believe, and this is why I love this room and this energy in this room, the number one thing to do everything we just talked about involves the energy of everyone here. Barack Obama was elected president because young people showed up. That was why he was elected. If you take out the under 30 voting, if they didn't exist, if you all didn't exist, and I was close to 30 back then, in 2008, if people under 30 had voted 50-50 for Obama and the Republicans would have won Ohio, Virginia, Florida, and Pennsylvania, and Obama would not be president. If it had just been 50-50 among young people. And if young people just had shown up in normal numbers, he would never have won. It was young people that of college age, 20-somethings, that got him elected president. And just like that today, a surge of young people, college age up to 30, showing up, demanding to get involved. If you haven't already registered by the deadline, which was I think 3 days ago, who here registered in Ohio? By the way, register in Ohio unless you're from another swing state, because your vote matters here. We can be blue here. And by the way, we want you to stay here after you graduate. And the best way to start that process is to register and get involved here. But get involved, register, vote. And then we all want you to run for office. It was mentioned, we are very into having young people run for office all over the state. Last year, we elected 58 young Democrats to office around Ohio. City council, mayor, you name it. We elected a 28-year-old mayor of Ironton, Ohio. Now, in our world, that's pretty old. That's pretty young. We've elected teenagers into city councils. Our goal is to get you involved as quickly as possible. And I believe if you are involved, if you stay involved, if you show up and demand better, demand more. But the one other thing I want you to demand, and I'm going to close, is we need a better political system. And one of my great worries, and hopefully you're still clinging to a better system, I said to a group of folks about your age about 3 years ago, a class of college interns, I said to one young woman, I said to the group, I said, we are so concerned about this election. This was right before the Trump-Clinton election. We said, we're so concerned about this election because for us, it's just so not normal what's happening. The racism and the nastiness of it and the lies. And little did we know Russia was even involved at that point. We said, this is not normal. And a young woman raised her hand and she said to me, for us it is normal. It's all we've ever seen. Since you were probably 11, 12 years old, you had the citizenship of your president questioned because of the color of his skin. That's awful. And my worry is if we let this go on for much longer, she's right and I was wrong. This will become normal. We can't let that happen. My hope by you getting involved with optimism and commitment to truth and taking on problems with honesty is you can help us show future generations that these last 4 years in particular are rejected forever and we go to a better place. The last thing I want to leave you with is a quote that I think about all the time, and sometimes, the older you get, the more you realize how smart certain people are and were. And boy, Maya Angelou was one smart leader in our country. If you go through all that she said, so much of it really tells you a story. And I'm saying this for all of you who want to stay involved, and especially if you want to get involved with politics. She said the following, and I think we are seeing this every single day in Washington and too often in Columbus. And she said that courage is the most important of all the virtues. Because without courage, you can't practice any other virtue consistently. You can practice any virtue erratically, but nothing consistently without courage. And as I watch Washington, people like Rob Portman, people like Steve Stivers, people like so many others, that's what we're seeing with them. I believe they know that climate change is a problem. I believe they know that we can solve gun violence with simple steps. I believe they know that there are ways to take on the student debt crisis and climate change. I believe they know that Trump should have been impeached and removed 2 weeks ago. And that right now Russia is impacting our life. I believe they know all of that. And some of them, I believe, are at home telling their friends or their spouses that they know it's true. Some of them, I think, told Sherrod Brown that. They know it, but they're afraid. They're afraid of losing office. They're afraid of being scorned. They're afraid of a couple mean tweets. And what Maya Angelou is saying there is, I believe, and it's my words, if you lack the courage to do the right thing, in the end, even though you may think you're a little better off than the person who's trying to do the wrong thing, you aren't any better than they are. Because you're letting it happen. You're letting it happen. So the one thing I beg of you as I leave the stage is, as you go forward after the convention, as you get involved, the one thing I beg of you is remember that about courage. Because if you find that moment in your career, again, not just politics, wherever, and the right thing is clear, but the consequences of saying it or doing something about it are tough, stick to the right thing. And someday we're going to look back on this era as maybe the clearest example in our lifetimes of where that's the case. And those who stood up and were willing to withstand a few mean tweets to do the right thing, they will go down as having legacies of courage and patriotism. And those who are cowering right now and will cower until the day Trump is out will be an afterthought. So let's have a great convention. Stay engaged. Let's change this country this November. Thank you all very much. Have a great weekend. Thanks, everybody.
While he's still standing there, let's have another round of applause for Chairman Pepper. We thank him very much for coming here today. It is now time to turn our attention to the report of the Rules and Credentials Committee. Now to present the committee report is the Rules and Credentials Committee co-chair, Greg Margelidis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A copy of the convention rules has been made available to all state delegations and posted online. Extra copies are available at the check-in table. First and foremost, it is our job to ensure that Gray Chapel remains clean and respected. Therefore, no food or drink will be allowed within Gray Chapel at any time. Similarly, the use of confetti or silly string is strictly prohibited. Sorry. Your credentials must be worn at all times. Security may remove anyone who is not properly credentialed. Mock convention rules are based on Robert's Rules of Order. Any delegate or state chair may speak as long as they are recognized by the convention chair. During the debating process, a delegate may only speak once and for no longer than 2 minutes in order to ensure everyone has the chance to participate. The convention chair will decide when a discussion over a question is done and will call for a vote. Roll call will be called in alphabetical order. Each state chair or individual representing the state chair will proceed to the microphone and voice their state's votes. Once voting is complete, all debate on that topic will cease and the convention chair will move on to the next topic of discussion. At this time, all delegates have been certified and properly credentialed. Therefore, I ask from the convention a motion to adopt the Rules and Credentials Report. So moved. Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Hearing a second, the motion to accept the Rules and Credentials Committee report is now open for discussion. Anyone wanting to speak to the report should move to one of the microphones and be recognized. Yes, delegate. To what purpose do you rise?
My name is Curtis Sprunger, State Chair for the state of Montana. I rise in support of the Rules and Credentials.
Thank you. At this time, are there any others who wish to speak to the purpose of the report or the credentialing of any delegates? Yes, delegate, to what point do you rise?
I would like to challenge the credentials of one of the delegates here.
Could you please state your name and the basis of your challenge?
My name is Dylan Hayes, and I would like to challenge Daryl Albin. He is from Canada, not the United States of America.
Before we can proceed, delegate, have you handed to the convention secretary a copy of the completed credential challenge form?
Yes.
Thank you, delegate. I see a delegate rising to the other microphone. The delegate at the floor microphone is now recognized.
I am rising in my defense. I'm Daryl Albin. I am a Canadian, but I've recently been naturalized. And I will be able to speak directly about Section 4 of the platform, because I've lived in a system, in a country, with universal health care.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate's challenge still in force?
It's whatever. It's fine.
The convention takes that as a withdrawn challenge. At this time, are there any further points that would like to be made on the report or challenges in terms of credentials? Yes, delegate. To what point do you rise?
I rise to challenge the credentials of that man, Federico Mata. He is also not from here.
Could the Could the delegate state his name and delegation?
Yes, my name is Danny Sanders of the Smart Park delegation of Massachusetts.
Thank you, delegate.
Thank you.
I believe the challenge delegate has approached the floor microphone. He is now recognized.
Thank you very much. I would just like to state that I am in the process of getting married, so if anything, I will actually have my citizenship in a bit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, delegate. Does the delegate who filed the challenge withdraw his challenge?
I would like to call up his girlfriend and ask about this marriage question.
That is of that delegate's decision. The chair will not compel her to speak at this time.
Yeah, she was standing up.
Does the delegate withdraw his challenge?
I'll withdraw. That's fine.
Thank you. At this time, are there any further comments on the Rules and Credentials report or challenges to delegates' credentials?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, I am Danielle Black. I'm the state chair for Maryland, and I would like to challenge Cole Peterson's credentials on the basis of him being a Republican.
Thank you, delegate. The delegate at the floor microphone is now recognized.
Yes, hello. The minute I walked into Gray Chapel here, I became a Democrat. I will not stand for the Republicans. And I have a few friends back there in the delegation of Ohio that will attest to that if need be.
Thank you, delegate. Does the delegate withdraw her challenge?
On the grounds of being a Democrat, that's all that matters.
Thank you, delegate. At this time, are there any further comments on the Rules and Credentials report or challenges to be filed? The delegate at the against microphone is recognized.
Hi, I am Carrie Kubicki. I'm a delegate of New York, and I motion to close discussion.
There is a motion to close discussion and to accept the Rules and Credentials Committee's report. All in favor of, is there a second? Second. All in favor of accepting the Rules and Credentials Committee report will now say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Are there any abstentions? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The Rules and Credentials report has been adopted.
Yes. Joyce Beatty is a member of the U.S. House. Yeah, let's hear it for Joyce Beatty. Joyce Beatty is a member of the U.S. House of Representatives for Ohio's 3rd Congressional District. She's been the representative since 2013, and I think, pardon my French if I'm allowed to say this, she's kicking ass. I'm sorry, Mom. We are pleased to welcome Dr. Brianna Mack to the stage, who will be reading a statement from Representative Beatty in honor of mock convention. Dr. Mack.
Student delegates, welcome to the 2020 Ohio Wesleyan University Mock Convention. Unfortunately, my schedule conflicts with the event, so I'm unable to join you in person. However, I want to let you know that you are now a part of history. For more than 130 years, Ohio Wesleyan University has hosted a mock presidential nomination convention, the first such event in the nation, dating back to 1884. In the years immediately leading up to that first mock convention and through today, our nation has seen great change. I am particularly reminded of the enactment of the 15th Amendment that guaranteed access to the ballot box for African Americans, and as well as the 19th Amendment that did the same for women. This year, we mark their 150th and 100th anniversaries respectively. Without these, many of you would be unable to participate in this mock convention. Moreover, I wouldn't be the representative of Ohio's 3rd Congressional District in the U.S. House of Representatives. We all know what's at stake this fall. Do we want to have someone in the Oval Office that lies, abuses his power for personal, professional, and political gain, and is the laughingstock of the world? Or do we want a new president that tells the truth, works hard for all of us, and looks to build bridges with our international allies? Finally, do we want a president that is too busy tweeting and golfing all the time and believes he is smarter than everyone else? Or do we want a real leader who thinks before they speak and act and listens to experts? A lot is at stake this year that could alter the course of history well beyond the next 4 years. This is why I implore you to help move America forward. Let's move forward on helping hardworking Americans and families, not just Trump's cronies. Let's move forward and end economic inequality. Let's protect health care and the rights for Americans with pre-existing conditions. Let's move forward on addressing the climate crisis, guaranteeing full equality for everyone, and so much more. Each of you have a say in this over the next 2 days. I look forward to hearing who you think can move this great country forward. And it's signed, sincerely, Joyce Beatty.
We have one more item of business before we head to the Bennis Rooms in Hamwell for our convention dinner. Would Platform Chair Dylan Hayes please come forward and tell us about the upcoming platform debate?
We would also like to recognize the members of the Platform Committee. Would you please stand and be recognized when we call your name? Alexis Green.
Ellie Bears.
Don't kill me. Greg you know who I'm talking about.
Ronnie Cody.
And Brianna Demuth.
Hello, my name is Dylan Hayes, and I'm a senior here at Ohio Wesleyan. Hey. I have had the absolute pleasure to serve as the chair of the Platform Committee and help draft this platform. My fellow Democrats, my fellow Americans, including Daryl, I am excited to welcome you all to this section of Mock Convention in which we will discuss and debate the 2020 Ohio Wesleyan Mock Convention platform. I want to preface this with an understanding that the past 4 years have been very challenging for many of us. And in the spirit of civic engagement, I encourage each of you to approach this platform and any amendments with it, not thinking of your own interests, but how it may better the lives of others. This platform was drafted by a committee across the political spectrum with one goal in mind, looking towards the future. This November, millennials and members of Gen Z will make up the largest voting electorate in the country. Many of us, including myself, were not able to vote in 2016, nor the 2018 midterm election. But now is the opportunity to choose the issues that matter most to us And as Chairman Pepper invoked, the future really is ours. Delegates, you will find several copies of our platform available within your state delegation and also available in a digital platform online. For all issues, there will be an opportunity to amend, remove, or add your perspective through a platform amendment. Amendment forms were distributed to each state chair and are also available on the stage. You must also upload a copy of your amendment text to the online portal as indicated on the form. The platform is under 7 different sections, each focusing on aspects of the future. Section 1, the environment. Section 2, structural change. Section 3, social policy. Section 4, healthcare. Section 5, economic policy. Section 6, foreign affairs. And finally, Section 7, securing the American dream. Proposed amendments, including additions to these sections, must be made in writing and submitted to the Executive Board with the appropriate signatures of a sponsor and an additional 25 delegates. Amendments must be received 20 minutes before the start of the debate of that section, before it is to be considered. For additional information, please consult the convention rules, especially rules 9 through 13. Also, a quick note that if we receive multiple amendments around a similar topic, we may ask you to collaborate with another delegation to be considerate of everyone's time. Now, at this time, are there any questions about the amendment process?
Kataromi, Minnesota. Where can we find the electronic form to submit our amendments?
It is on the mock convention website. If you go under platform, the link is also right here.
Thank you. You bet.
Are there any other questions at this time? Oh, yes.
Ellen Arnold from Georgia. Can members of the delegation that is proposing the amendment sign on?
Yes. Are there any questions? Oh, yes.
Hello, Alexis Green, great state of California. I have a question about, is there a limit of how many people from each state can sign?
There is no limit for this amendment process.
Thank you.
Would the chair recognize a 5-minute recess for people to collect signatures for their amendments? The convention will stand at recess for 5 minutes in order for you to collect signatures on your various amendments and turn them in up on the stage.
Where did Annie go?
Delegates, let's return to our seats.
Testing, testing.
Delegates, before our recess for dinner, we will start with Section 1, the environment, focused on securing a global future. You can view this on pages 3 through 4 of your party platform. Our First Amendment is proposed to replace lines 4, on page 4, lines 48 through 58. It is titled Fossil Fuel Expansion Ban.
I'd like to raise a point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. State Chair Aaron Nicely, Illinois. Before we begin this discussion, would you please inform the rest of the delegates, where do we go to submit the online amendment? Because I can't find that anywhere in the rules.
It is available if you look on the mock convention website,
Is it okay?
or if you want to turn in your form as soon as possible, we will take care of that for you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right, back for the amendment. The text is as such. We propose to prohibit the expansion of fossil fuel companies into indigenous lands. The lands would be protected and returned to indigenous people who have been displaced. The presence of fossil fuel companies would deteriorate the land, contaminate local waterways, and release large amounts of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. Is there a delegate who wishes to speak in favor of this amendment? The chair recognizes the delegate in the for stance.
Juan Armando Rojas, in representation of the enchanted land of New Mexico, and in representation of our governor, Michelle Lujan Grisham. Avakisete haya, asutaila, asha, alanda yehe. For many, many centuries, our lands have been contaminated by these companies. And they're the enchanted lands of our country. That's why we support having clean land so we can continue supporting this amazing country. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the delegate in the for stance.
I'm Anna Schill, State Chair of Utah. We believe that supporting this amendment would strengthen the trust between Indigenous people and the government. We believe it would help preserve Utah's natural habitats and would protect these pieces of land from large-scale developments. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any delegates against this amendment? I would now call for a motion to vote for the adoption of this amendment to our platform. Is there a second? Okay. If you are for the adoption of this amendment, please say aye. Aye. And on the contrary, nay. Nay. Any abstaining? Boom. Yeah. The amendment has been adopted. Our second amendment is to strengthen anti-mining laws within the Great Lakes. The text reads as such. In recent years, we have seen that mining is seriously damaging the environment. It destroys habitats and wildlife, access to fresh water, natural areas, and creates more pollution for our climate crisis. These mining companies are finding new ways to release toxins and deposits of minerals into our land, including copper, nickel, gold, and other metals, and taking them from our Great Lakes. These also include the risk of sulfide mining. The businesses leave mining waste near and around the lakes without cleaning up their waste. Are there any delegates for adopting this amendment?
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes the delegate for.
We should come together and strengthen anti-mining laws, abolishing the harsh practice to protect the earth from further damage and pollution. The human population can only survive a week without fresh water, and once we damage our sources, there will be a permanent effects that will soon become irreversible. The mining industry is removing the essentials from the Great Lakes. They are releasing sulfide and other harsh minerals into the lakes, poisoning our freshwater sources and local habitats. This is not just a Midwest problem. Everyone who's connected via rivers and large bodies of water are affected too. The St. Lawrence River connects Lake Ontario to the Gulf of St. Lawrence, which is connected to the northern Atlantic Ocean. These are the states of Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, and Vermont, and all of the eastern seaboard. The Chicago River connects the Great Lakes to the Mississippi River, then the Gulf of Mexico and the southern Atlantic Ocean. It is the states of Iowa, Illinois, Missouri, Kentucky, Tennessee, Arkansas, Mississippi, and Louisiana, all of the Deep South. If we continue to inflict harm to our nature reserves, the Earth will soon collapse at the uneven distribution of organisms and progress the climate change battle further. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other delegates for this amendment? The chair recognizes the delegate with the funny hat.
Hello, I'm a delegate from Texas, and I just want to stand in solidarity with all of my other delegates, especially the ones from Appalachia, who have been affected by the mining companies who have come in and extracted our resources and left us empty-handed and robbed. Yeehaw, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Are there any delegates against this amendment? Delegate from the against column.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Spencer Queen from West Virginia. And while I share the laudable goal of stopping climate change, we can't forget our coal miners who keep the lights on in this great country, who form an essential part of our heritage in the great state of Southeast Ohio, Southwest Pennsylvania, formerly known as West Virginia. Since the proposed amendment makes no mention to provide for the income of the miners and their families, the West Virginian delegation stands against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate for the amendment.
I'm back again, and I just want to say that there's a false public narrative that if we do something against the coal mining companies, that it's going to affect coal miners, because we think there's a lot more coal miners than there really are. And let me tell you, I love coal miners, and I know them. But let me tell you, the people who need our help, the people in Appalachia who need our help, are the home health care workers, are the people who work at the Dollar General who work 40, 80 hours a week, who don't have anything. The coal miners need it too, but we can't just talk about the coal miners. They're responsible for most of this country. But we can't stay in the past. Coal's not coming back, and the people of Appalachia know that. And they want you to know that. Thank you, and yeehaw again.
Thank you. Delegate in the against column.
Hi, Curtis Sprunger, State Chair for Montana. I'm not against the amendment. I just want to recognize that she talked twice, and that's against the rules and credentials.
Would the rules and credentials chair confirm this?
The rules and credentials chair at this time will consult with the parliamentarian.
I just want to know that I think I may be wrong, so I hope I'm not. But in your rules packet, I think it says something along the lines of the executive committee makes the rules and something like that. And I don't know if you were listening at the beginning of this convention. And I think my amazing co-director Ahmed would probably agree with me that I think that we have some autonomy in how this convention runs here. So I think I'm allowed to talk twice. But who knows? Who knows? I don't know.
Confirmed and duly noted.
After consulting with the parliamentarian, the rules and credentials chair, in his eminent power, does not have the ability to time travel and prohibit the delegate from Texas from speaking. Ergo, we cannot go back and make the delegate's comments unsaid for the second time. However, she is so stricken from speaking on this issue for the remainder of the debate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rules and Credentials Chair. The delegate for the for column.
Hello, I am Meg Edwards, delegate from New York. Thank you. And if we want to talk about economy and the concerns of the loss of coal and the transition to renewable energy in regards to the economy, it's important to note that in the last decade, the cost of producing renewable energy has fallen significantly to the point the production of coal is no longer profitable. In New York, we worry about profit. Okay, we've been criticized for worrying about profit and Wall Street and all of that, but it's worth recognizing that sometimes the more profitable option is also the one that's better for the environment. And we support policies that will help workers transition into renewable energy jobs. But the reality is that those coal jobs aren't going to be there regardless of whatever policies we create. So, thank you.
Thank you. Delegate for the amendment.
Yes. I'm Erin Fletcher. I'm here speaking for Kentucky, the great state of Kentucky. As Appalachia features as a major part of our state, and coal mining has been a conversation in Kentucky for many years, I'd like to state in response to the comment from the delegate from Virginia that I don't think the conversation at this point in time is about coal. I think the conversation is about jobs. And I would like to move forward with this amendment, seeing that we can continue to conserve our environment and that we can change the conversation, understanding that what we're talking about is that people who have been involved in the coal industry need other job opportunities, and we should be talking about how to create those. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I hear a motion to vote on this amendment? Would all those in favor of adopting this amendment say A? On the contrary? Any abstaining? I hear a challenge to vote for a roll call. Madam Chair? After consulting with the great chairs of this convention, we will proceed with the roll call vote. The way this works is in which each state will state its vote yay or nay. Would the great state of Alabama come forward and cast their vote? This amendment will work to strengthen anti-mining laws within the Great Lakes.
Chairman, this is, well, the state chair
Yes,
for
State
the
Chair.
great state of Alabama. At this time, we cast unanimously our vote as the state of Alabama as nay.
We have a nay. So I messed up. When you come up here, say how many votes you cast yay and how many votes you cast nay or abstaining when you say your vote. Yes.
The amount of votes they have is how many people they have.
Yes.
Make sure you tell them that.
The amount of votes you have is the amount of people you have. If you didn't
Here,
get that.
in attendance.
In attendance.
I can remain
Yes, State
standing.
Chair.
I could have read the rules as well. I do apologize. Thank you, thank you. I'll get closer to the microphone. Again, there are two of us today representing the state of Alabama, so the two votes that we cast will be nay at this time.
Thank you, State Chair. Will the State
Thank you.
Chair of the great state of Alaska come forward? Yes, State Chair.
Alaska votes 3 yay.
3 nay?
3 yay.
3 yay, thank you. Would the chair from America Samoa come up? Not, okay. Would the chair of the great state of Arizona come up?
Yes, I'm not. But we have 1 abstain, 2 yays, and 3 nays.
Thank you. Would the chair of the great state of California come up? Oh, Arkansas. We'll go back. Yeah, we got, okay. I can't read. Yeah, go for it.
We have 37 yays and 1 nay.
Thank you. Would the chair of the great state of Arkansas come up? I can't read, it's fine.
Mr. Chairman, the great state of Arkansas, the natural state, cast 2 votes in favor, none opposed.
Would the chair of the great state of Colorado come forward?
Hi.
Yes, State Chair.
The state of Colorado cast 5 votes in favor. Yay.
Thank you. Would the chair of the great state of Connecticut come forward?
The beautiful state of Connecticut has 6 for yay and none for nay.
Thank you. Would the chair of the great state of Florida come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the the chair of Florida, we have 25 for yay and 2 for nay.
Thank you. Would the chair of the great state of Georgia come forward? Go, Georgia.
Cast all 10 of our votes yay.
Thank you. Would the chair of the great territory of Guam come forward?
We don't technically get to vote, but if you're conducting a poll, we vote yay.
Thank you. You do get to vote in this mock convention. Okay. Would the chair of the great state of Hawaii say it from their seat or come forward, whichever you prefer? Thank you. Would the chair of the great state of Idaho cast their vote? 3 yay. Would the chair of the great state of Illinois cast their vote? Thank you for that elongated vote. Would the chair of the great state of Indiana cast their vote? Thank you. Would the chair of the great state of Iowa cast their vote? We recognize your sorrow and lack of technology, Iowa. It's okay. It really is. Would the chair of the great state of Kansas cast their vote? That's me, yeah. 1. Would the chair of the great state of Kentucky cast their vote? Thank you. Would the chair of the great state of Louisiana cast their vote? The state of Maine.
The great state of Maine, home of LLB, passed 3 votes for the amendment.
Maryland. Massachusetts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Michigan.
The great state of Michigan says 9 yeses.
Thank you. Minnesota.
You bet Minnesota has all 3 yeses.
Mississippi.
We have 4 yeas.
Missouri.
Missouri has 6 yeas and 1 abstain.
Montana.
Big Sky Country has 1 yay and 1 abstain.
Nebraska.
Nebraska has 3 yeas.
Nevada.
Nevada cast 3 votes in favor.
New Hampshire.
The wonderful great state of New Hampshire cast 2 yay votes.
New Jersey.
Great state of New Jersey proudly cast 9 votes yay.
New Mexico.
New Mexico got 3 yay.
New York.
The great state of New York has 17 votes for.
North Carolina.
North Carolina cast 9 yea votes.
North Dakota.
North Dakota, 3 yeas.
The Northern Mariana Islands.
The Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands joins Guam as the westernmost part of the United States. Cast 1 vote yea.
Thank you, State Chair. Now would the great state of Ohio cast their vote?
Ohio votes 4 yea, 10 nay.
Oklahoma. Oregon.
Oregon cast 2 yea.
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania cast 16 nay votes.
I'd recount that, Pennsylvania. The great territory of Puerto Rico.
The Commonwealth of Puerto Rico don't get to vote, but we have 3 yeas.
Thank you. Rhode Island.
Rhode Island votes 3 yeas.
South Carolina. South Dakota. Tennessee. Texas. Utah.
Utah votes 3 yeas.
Vermont.
Vermont votes 2 yeas.
The U.S. Virgin Islands.
1 yea.
Virginia.
Virginia votes 5 yeas.
The great state of Washington.
Great state of Washington, 4 yeas, 1 nay.
West Virginia.
3 days and lots of unemployment, folks.
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin has 7 yeas, 1 abstain.
Wyoming.
Wyoming has 2 yeas, 1 nay.
All right, thank you. We're counting the results. Everyone stare at Greg. Type faster, Greg. Greg.
The votes for the amendment have been counted for the amendment under consideration. There are 276 yea, 42 nay, and 9 abstentions. The yeas have it. The amendment is
I shall now turn it back over to my wonderful co-chairs.
Great job, guys. We will now proceed to the Benet's rooms for dinner. That's right. Please note that immediately following dinner, we will begin the next part of the platform debate. Please make sure that you are back in your seats promptly at 7 so that we can proceed. Can I bang this? The convention now stands in recess. Also, you
Welcome back, everybody. Coming to the stage is one of Ohio Wesleyan's many distinguished a cappella groups, Pitch Black.
Change your mind. Take a chance, take a chance till free. Take a chance on me. If you need me, let me know. Gonna be around. If you got no place to go, if you're feeling down. If you're all alone with a pretty bird, so lonely, I'm still free. Take a chance on me. If you need me, let me know. Gonna be around. If you got no place to go, if you're feeling down. Friday night and the lights are low. Looking out for a place to go. Where they play the right music. Getting in the swing. You've come to look for a king. Anybody could be that guy. Night is young and the music's high. With a bit of rock music, everything is fine. You're in the mood for a dance. You are the dancing queen. Young and sweet, only 17. Dancing queen, feel the beat from the tambourine. Oh yeah, you can dance, you can join, having the time of blood in your eyes all the way. If I listen to your lies, would you say I'm a man without conviction? I'm a man who doesn't know how to sell the contradiction. You come and go, you come and go. Come and come and come and come and come and chameleon. You come and go, you come and go. Nothing will be easy because gold and green. Didn't hear your wicked words every day. And you used to be so sweet, I heard you say that my love was an addiction. When we cling, our love is strong. When you go, you're gone forever. We string along, we string along. Come and come and come and come and come and chameleon. You come and go, you come and go. Nothing will be easy if your colors are like my dreams. Red, gold, and green, red, gold, and green. Every day is like survival. You're my lover, not my rival. Every day is like survival. You're my lover, not my rival. I'm a man without conviction. I'm a man who doesn't know how to sell the contradiction. You come and go, you come and go. Come and come and come and come and come and chameleon. You come and go, you come and go. Nothing will be easy because you like my dreams. Red, gold, and green, red, gold, and green. Come and come and come and come and come and chameleon. You come and go, nothing will be easy because you like my dreams. Red, gold, and green, red, gold, and green.
Thank you, Pitch Black, for that groovy performance. It's groovy, right? Up next, we have video messages from two individuals who will help set the stage for the upcoming platform debate. This year, Democrats come together to protect our democracy. The right to vote is, let's hear it. The right to vote is the cornerstone of our democratic system, and we unite under the belief that the American people deserve the right to determine their own future. Although not everyone had the right to vote when this country began, we have fought long and hard to ensure that more and more Americans have a say in how they are governed. In looking forward to the future, we celebrate those individuals and movements that have made it possible for us to participate in this democratic system. And with that, I would like to welcome my good friend Fatima to the podium.
Hello. 2020 marks 150 years since the passage of the 15th Amendment, which gave African Americans and former slaves the right to vote. It also marks 100 years since the passage of the 19th Amendment, which extended the right to vote to women. The 2018 elections marked historic rates of voter turnout for both women and people of color. 2018 was historic for another reason. There are now 53 African Americans and 105 women serving in the House of Representatives. Today, we both celebrate these achievements and recognize how far there is to go. Both African Americans and women had to fight for the right to vote. Today, we honor their struggle as we continue the fight to protect the rights of the future generations to take part in our democracy. In that spirit, we are pleased to share a message from one of our own alumni, Mary King, who fought for civil rights during 1960s and continues that fight today.
Good evening, Democrats. We are the party of Franklin Roosevelt. We are the party of John Kennedy. We are the party of Barack Obama. And with the platform we will adopt tonight, we will be the party of the next President of the United States of America. Good evening, Democrats. I am very pleased to introduce to you this evening Mary King, who will join us by video in just a moment. 60 years ago, Mary King was a student at Ohio Wesleyan during mock convention, and then in the summer of 1961, following her junior year, she left Delaware, Ohio, and went south to join the Freedom Rides, to advocate for the rights of our African American brothers and sisters, the rights to vote, the rights to a job, the rights for which this party stands. While she was there, she met Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and following her graduation a year later, she would return to the South to work with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee for a number of years. But while she was back as a senior, she formed the Student Committee on Race Relations here at OWU. How's that for theory to practice, going south, coming back? How's that for representing the values of our party? She spent 4 years with SNCC in the South. She worked throughout the South in activism for labor equality and communication. She worked to promote the work of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. She ultimately wrote a book about that experience, for which she won the Robert F. Kennedy Memorial Book Award. She has devoted much of her professional life to matters related to nonviolent coordination and nonviolent resistance. She currently holds faculty positions at Oxford University, at the United Nations University for Peace, and at the American University Center for Global Peace in Washington, D.C. Just a year and a half ago, Mary King was back on campus with the civil rights icon James Lawson. Mary King and James Lawson worked together through the James Lawson Institute to train a new generation of leaders equipped to organize around strategic, nonviolent action. Mary King would be honored to know that you are a part of this convention, and we are honored to welcome her now. Please give it up for Mary King.
In the United States, women have the vote because of a tenacious nonviolent movement that lasted for nearly 75 years. It enlisted tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of women and men. 100 years ago, this campaign resulted in the enfranchising of 1/2 of the citizens of the United States. Although inspiring and of enormous political and social significance, women's suffrage is weekly acknowledged in U.S. history chronicles. Had the social movement for suffrage not been so ignored by historians, the names of Susan B. Anthony, Carrie Chapman Catt, and Alice Paul would be as recognizable as Thomas Jefferson, Theodore Roosevelt, and Martin Luther King Jr. Professor Fred Halliday of the London School of Economics called the international women's suffrage movement of the first 2 decades of the 20th century one of the most remarkable transnational movements of the modern age. Suffrage is originally a Latin word meaning prayers, but by the 17th century in English it had also come to mean the casting of a vote, voting, the exercise of a right to vote. After being graduated from Ohio Wesleyan University in 1962, I was sitting in the bus station waiting to go home when the dormitory tracked me down on the coin phone. The caller was someone I had met on a trip in my senior year to Nashville, Atlanta, and Tuskegee, organized by Professors Miriam Willey and Butler Jones, asking, would I fly to North Carolina that night so that I could be interviewed by Miss Ella Baker and Professor Howard Zinn. I phoned my parents to tell them that I was going to North Carolina to be interviewed. Miss Baker and Professor Zinn were two senior advisors to the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, pronounced SNCC, formed by leaders of the Southern student sit-in campaigns that eventually fought for public accommodations in 200 cities in the racially segregated South. Thanks to Ms. Baker and Professor Zinn, I was soon working for the Black Freedom Movement in Atlanta. In 1964, I was sent by SNCC to Mississippi to handle communications for Mississippi Freedom Summer. In that project, SNCC and the other civil rights organizations had enlisted 1,500 volunteers from across the country to help local African Americans overcome the Mississippi state barriers to their registering to vote. On Freedom Summer's first day, June 21st, 1964, an interracial group of 3 of my fellow workers, James Chaney, who was 21, Andrew Goodman, who was 20, and Michael Schwerner, who was 24, disappeared when they went to visit a church in Neshoba County where voter registration meetings were being held for local people. I was in my early 20s too. Part of my role in communications was for me to check jails and prisons when any of our colleagues were unheard from. After phoning sheriff's offices and jails in 9 Mississippi counties, all of which denied that they were holding Jim, Andy, and Mickey, it fell to me to telephone their families to let them know that we suspected foul play. After midnight that night, I phoned John Doerr of the Justice Department in Washington. I was in an existential confrontation with evil. Yet in this most daunting moment, all of us, whether local, staff, or volunteers, came together so as to continue assisting community people to register to vote. The murders of Jim, Andy, and Mickey by Ku Klux Klansmen, working hand in glove with the sheriff and deputy sheriff of Neshoba County, would rewrite American history. The passage of both the 1964 Civil Rights Act and the 1965 Voting Rights Act were expedited, which should not be forgotten. But each of us today must clearly understand that our constitutional rights and what we now call human rights can be corroded, corrupted, and destroyed. Suffrage, the vote, is the most important of our rights because it makes all the other entitlements possible. Thank you.
Our next message from Sherrod Brown, the U.S. Senator for Ohio. Yeah, you can go ahead and share. Focuses on the significance of the youth and young adults across America getting involved in the political process. In 1971, the 26th Amendment was ratified, lowering the voting age to 18. Since then, candidates have worked hard to secure the young adult vote because they know that we have the power to change the country for the better. To echo the 2020 mock convention slogan, "The future is ours." Senator, thank you. Senator Brown's message reminds us that it doesn't matter which party you identify with. The only thing that matters is that we use our voices and our votes to create the future that we want to see. Sherrod Brown was elected U.S. Senator in 2006. A lifelong Democrat, Brown began his political career as a state representative in 1975 when he was just 23. While Senator Brown was unable to join us here at mock convention, he sent us this special message from his office.
Hi, I'm Sherrod Brown. It's a privilege to serve as your United States Senator. Thank you to President Rock Jones for inviting me to speak today, and to Ohio Wesleyan, one of our great universities in our state. Thank you to Ohio Wesleyan for hosting this event. Thank you to the students, most importantly. I know some of you might look at me, the gray hair, the suit, a member of a generation who saddled you with climate change and rising inequality, and think, okay, boomer. Let me assure you, I wouldn't really blame you. I won't pretend that previous generations knew better than you do. Luckily, young people have never been very good at quietly accepting the hand that you've been dealt. The data has made it clear you're some of the most civically engaged, active young people we've seen in a long, long time in our country. All of you could be somewhere else right now, but you're spending your Friday here talking about the issues affecting our democracy, practicing the skills you will need to make a difference. That tells me a lot about you. Over the past few years, we've seen young people making their voices heard, getting involved, rallying, marching, speaking out, doing all of that. And you're not just showing up, you're leading the way. You organize in our neighborhoods and churches and campuses. You don't have to agree with every protest or any of them, but no matter which side of the aisle you're on, no matter where you come down in the ideological spectrum, no matter whom you vote for, our democracy is stronger when more people participate. Dr. King said, progress never rolls in on the wheels of inevitability. Think about that. Progress never rolls in on the wheels of inevitability. It rolls in because new generations challenge the status quo, as you're doing. Push for progress, change our country for the better. I have faith that that's what all of you will do, and I know that your involvement will decide who the next president of the United States is.
All right, let's get this show rolling. All right, how's everyone doing? Perfect. I'm feeling grand. Our First Amendment, continuing Section 1, the environment, is the creation of a microplastic research division within the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, in conjunction with NOAA. Are there any delegates who wish to speak upon this amendment? Yes, delegate for the amendment.
Hello, Alana Guzman, representing the great state of New York. We are here for this amendment as it would provide for further exploration into the effects of microplastics and how to reduce the negative effects that they have on our environment. Therefore, we recommend that you all support it, or else you suck. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any delegates for the amendment? Yes, delegate.
Hello, I am Haley Clark of the state of California, and I would just like to say that I'm for it, especially because in order to fix issues such as the great garbage patch in the ocean, we need to mitigate the amount of plastic being put out in order to fully fix the issue. And issues such as like microplastics and like plastics such as bottles and cups that we were given today that are made to be used once and thrown away. They can only be recycled once, just once, and that's it. And that's not good. So we have to stop this and nip it in the bud before we cannot fix it anymore. So, thank you.
Thank you. Could I get a motion to vote for this amendment? Could I get a second? All those in favor of passing this amendment for the creation of a microplastic research division, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Any abstain? The ayes have it. Our next amendment is a measure to ensure safe drinking water for all. Are there any delegates wishing to speak upon this amendment? Yes, delegate.
Julie Mall from Michigan. We must stop this issue. This is ridiculous that 2 million Americans are without access to clean drinking water. Furthermore, 300 million Americans are without access to their own personal water. In recent history, including Flint and different things in Appalachia, we believe that we should vote to save this.
Thank you. Delegate against this amendment.
Thank you. State co-chair for the great state of Ohio, Hamza Nasser, I would just like to say, how are we going to get clean and safe drinking water for everyone? That's not possible. It's not feasible. If we don't have it now, then we won't have it in the future. It rains, doesn't it? Just go outside, open wide, and boom, safe drinking water. Now, allow me the moment to point out the great state of Ohio's flag. Notice it is a shark. Now, sharks are seafaring predators. Not only are they predators, they are apex predators, much like the state of Ohio, which is also an apex predator. Now, the state of Ohio does not have a problem finding clean drinking water because the state of Ohio is an apex
Sir,
predator.
this is a national convention.
Please do not interrupt me. I'm speaking. I'd like to add 10 seconds to my speaking time for that interruption. Now,
not approved.
If the state of Ohio is able to provide clean drinking water for all of our citizens, because the state of Ohio is an apex predator, we would like to turn the entire United States
Sir, Ohio is a
into
state, not an apex predator.
We would like to turn the entire nation into an apex predator. Follow in the line of Ohio.
Sir, you have 10 seconds.
Sharks. Our shark is named Moga.
With a delegate for
He
the
is an
amendment,
apex
speak
predator.
towards this.
Thank you so much for that. My name's Alexander Sanchez Claudio. I'm here I'm a delegate from Puerto Rico, and while we may not have a vote necessarily on this issue,
you can vote.
We would like to express our support for this amendment because this is not just an environmental issue. This is a race issue. This is a class issue. Because out of the people who are suffering from this situation, most of them are people of color, people from low-income households. We need to understand that this is not just an issue for the environment, which it is. It absolutely is. But we need to understand that there are people that are suffering disproportionately compared to others because things like this amendment have not been proposed.
Thank you. We will accept 2 more speeches, first of which the delegate against the amendment.
Hi, I'm Federico Mata, and I'm from the great state of Massachusetts. I would just like to state that while the affirmation does bring great points, the fact of the matter is that water holds no nutritional value. We need to intake stuff like milk or orange juice, which is just much better for our constituents. Thank you.
Delegate for the amendment.
Hi, my name is Raymond Cranley, and I'm with Michigan. So in regards to questions whether how feasible this is, we did have a Safe Water Drinking Act created in, I believe, 1972 and has thus expired in 2018. And with that Safe Water Drinking Act, it only allowed for loans for larger governments and communities to apply for a loan from the federal government for money to create this. And in this sense, we're trying to make it so that everybody, not just governments, but smaller communities, can still have access to water that they can actually use.
Thank you. Yes, delegate for the amendment.
Hi, I am Carrie Kubicki. I'm a delegate for New York. We would just like to say we support this amendment because in the Constitution, the preamble, it states that we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, and promote the general welfare. General welfare, you need water for that, and if we have money to bail out large corporations and banks, we have enough money to bring clean drinking water to all people in the United States. Thank you.
Is there a motion to vote for this amendment? Is there a second? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. Could Kat Long from North Carolina come to the stage real fast? Kat Long from North Carolina? Could you come to, yes. All right, this next amendment is titled Carbon Tax Reparations. This amendment would put dividends upon a carbon tax towards businesses and citizens, and use that money to fund indigenous populations and low-income individuals. Is there anyone who wishes to speak toward this amendment? Yes, delegate for the amendment.
I'm Ben Loper. I'm just some guy from Alaska. And as a great state of Alaska, we know firsthand how badly climate change can affect the population of our state and our indigenous peoples. Permafrost melting has caused infrastructure damage to homes and has negatively affected many people's livelihoods. Temperature rise has caused lots of ice and snow to melt. The permafrost, which holds up roads, is being affected and is causing roads to collapse. These roads are used as ways to get valuable resources to towns that are far north, and the snow is used for hunting grounds and transportation for native peoples. Alaska also knows that we are not alone in the country, and rising water levels have caused millions of dollars of damage to coastline communities and their homes and environment around them. These people don't cause the problems, yet they suffer the most from climate change. It is simply unfair for these affected people to have to pay on their own, and it is only fair for a carbon tax to be placed to help these people through reparations. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Yes, delegate for the amendment.
Hello. I, the delegate from the great state of...
Please talk more clearly into the mic, sir.
All right. The state of Massachusetts, I don't know how to say all the words in the accent. Basically, we, the Smat Pack Collective, are very for this bill. Green energy is important, and research is important, and we stand behind this bill, and you guys should too. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. We will hear one more speech for the delegate for the amendment.
Spencer Queen from the great state of West Virginia. This is what we were asking for, people. Money back into our state, where it's going to be affected the most, where people are going to lose coal jobs. I'm not a puppet of the coal industry. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, thank you. That's all we were asking for, people. Give money back to the people who are going to be affected by climate change. Low-income communities, people of color, and indigenous people. Frankly, everyone, but those are the first and most severely affected.
Thank you, delegate. We'll recognize one more speech for the delegate against the amendment.
Hamza again, delegate of Ohio, co-chair. Now let's talk about this carbon dividend. It is a tax on everyone, not corporations, not corporate entities, not governments, on every single individual. Does someone here want to explain to me how every single individual is going to pay thousands of dollars for the carbon emissions that they produce? This is going to disproportionately affect lower income people. We pay enough taxes already. Why do we need more? Yeah, they agree. The carbon dividend is just a fancy way of saying you're going to hurt the lower class. It's just a fancy way of saying you don't really care about climate change and all you care about is hurting poor people. We need to take care of our lower socioeconomic individuals. We need to help them, not hurt them. This amendment will do nothing except harm them. It won't only harm them, it'll harm everyone. There are no specifics to this amendment. It needs to be revised or improved. I cannot, in good conscience, allow an amendment like this to pass. And I hope that you all agree with me when I say that.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you.
Point of order, within the text of the amendment, it does say that these dividends would be used to benefit businesses and citizens from lower incomes and indigenous populations. No. We will hear one last speech, the delegate for the amendment.
Thank you. I am SK from the state of Georgia. I would like to speak in favor of this amendment because I would like to remind you all of this victim that has been taken by climate change. That lovely snowman Septimus outside of Edgar Hall, that was my husband. We eloped. We had a life together. It was planned out, and I came home one day, his head had fallen off. Do you understand how real this is? The victims are right in front of you. You have to act now for Septimus' sake. Please.
Thank you, Delegate. I'm sorry for your loss. Is there a motion to vote? Is there a second? All those in favor of this amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Abstain? The ayes have it. Our next amendment is a Natural Disaster Act. This would ensure adequate funding and preparation for natural disasters due to climate change across the United States. Is there anyone who wishes to speak upon this issue? Delegate for the amendment.
So as we have all seen, we have seen the devastating effects of natural disasters on our country. In my own state of North Carolina, we have seen the effects of Florence. In Puerto Rico, they have seen the effects of Maria. And scientists have proven that more and more people and more of these disasters are going to happen. And so we need to acknowledge that not only do we need to work to prevent climate change, but we also need to acknowledge that we need to act against the effects that we are already and will continue to experience.
Thank you. Delegate for the amendment.
For the sake of my back, can I just take the mic off the stand, please?
Just
and
like
not
hold
have
it up real quick. Yeah.
How do you? Oh, there we go. That's magic right there.
There you go.
Hi, Alexander again, the delegate from Puerto Rico. I want to speak in support of this amendment. Like the delegate before me had mentioned, in 2017, Puerto Rico was devastated after the effects of both Hurricanes Irma and Maria, which has left people still attempting to recover, has caused thousands to leave the island since in the last 2 years. And now this year, which has not gotten any sort of recognition from this country, earthquakes have been continuing to pummel the south of Puerto Rico consistently since the beginning of the year. And
Point of order, Puerto Rico does have voting
and
privileges.
whose fault is that?
Delegate from Puerto Rico, you have an additional 1 minute on your time if you would like.
Thank you for that. And yet somehow in 2017, President Trump did whatever he could to take away as much aid as he could from Puerto Rico, which, again, we still We still need help. We still have people who have been displaced from their homes in our country. We have people who are still depending on like tarps to basically have a roof over their heads. We have people living in tents after the devastation caused by the earthquakes. And somehow, this great nation does not have the money to support its citizens. Because Puerto Ricans, we may not be a state, but we are United States citizens.
Thank you. Point of order, all territories have full rights and privileges within this convention. Would the delegate against the amendment speak?
While I wholeheartedly support standing with victims of natural disasters nationwide, I believe that what is needed is actual action, not just empty platitudes and support for ensuring adequate funding. This is empty, it's worthless. And I'm sorry for coming out in strong language, but I believe that what we actually need for the states and the territories that are most at risk, such as Maryland, a coastal state, Chesapeake Bay's gonna get flooded. But we need actual action, not empty platitudes and promises that will be broken the moment that they are enacted. Also, I represent Maryland. I realized I forgot to say that. My apologies.
You're okay. I forgive you.
Yeah, you can tell because I'm the crab state, you know. But yes, thank you.
Thank you, delegate. We will hear one more rebuttal from the for the amendment side before a vote.
Romy, Minnesota. So I would just like to point out that the difference between a natural hazard and a disaster is a mismanagement of government funding and policy and action, as mentioned by the Maryland delegate. So we would just like to point out that by adopting this amendment, we would reduce natural disasters. Of course, we can't do anything about hazards, but we can mitigate disasters by managing government more efficiently, more equitable, and more responsibly.
Thank you. Is there a motion to vote? Is there a second? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Any abstaining? The ayes have it. Our next amendment is a Wetland Restoration Act. This would provide funds to restore and conserve our nation's wetland areas. Are there any delegates who wish to speak in favor of this amendment or opposed? Delegate for the amendment.
Hi, my name is Lauren Kolozinka. I'm from Louisiana. As many of you know, Louisiana has lots of wetlands, as well as do many other coastal states, as well as...
Could you go close to the mic? Thank you.
There we go. Can you hear me now? Hello? Okay. So, as many of you know, Louisiana has lots of coastland and as well as lots of wetlands, so many other coastal cities have these as well, and states. The wetlands stop storm surges and will inevitably reduce the amount of damage done by hurricanes and other intense storms. States like Ohio, I see you over there, have lots of wetlands as well because of the Ohio River and Lake Erie. These help clean your water supplies. So think of the United States as your body and wetlands as like your kidneys.
Thank you. Delegate against the amendment.
Hello, North Dakota speaking here. What even are wetlands? It rains all the time, okay? The land is always wet. Everywhere is a wetland when it rains. You think you want to restore that and conserve that? I hate stepping in puddles. Sometimes it gets my feet wet. That's a good thing I have Columbia waterproof hiking shoes on. That way, that does not happen. I'm against this motion because I hate wetlands. Dry lands are good, wetlands bad. That is all.
We will take one statement from each side. Delegate for the amendment.
Sierra Maynard from the great state of Virginia, and I would just like to add, very much in concordance with what the delegate from Louisiana said, that Virginia has a diverse ecosystem of wetlands, and specifically the biodiversity of Virginia's wetlands is in peril at the moment, and this amendment would take action to help make sure that the ecosystem continues existing as it should, stays in equilibrium, and doesn't put the rest of Virginia's ecosystems and wildlife at peril.
Thank you. Delegate against the amendment.
Ohio again. Now let's talk about wetlands. The best way to preserve wetlands is to get rid of them. Let's turn those wetlands into dry lands. Then we won't have to take care of them. Let's also talk about biodiversity. Let's talk about nature. You see, if these creatures cannot survive in this changing environment, then according to Darwin, they're destined to die out. Survival of the fittest. They're not strong enough to survive. And in transforming these wetlands into dry lands, we will encourage the growth of new ecosystems, of new biodiversity that is able to thrive in these new environments that we create. Now, what's wrong with that? Why preserve the old? Why preserve what nature is trying to destroy? We should be for nature, for natural selection. The strong should survive and the weak should perish. Darwin said it himself. If a creature is not fit to survive in an environment, a changing environment, then it won't survive. It's not the smart that will survive. It's not the strong that will survive. It is those with the greatest ability to change and adapt to their environments. So we should encourage transforming wetlands into dry lands. We will have new creatures.
Sir.
Yes?
You're done. Could I get a 30-second rebuttal for the amendment?
Lori Anderson from the great state of Louisiana. And so I want to first just say, even though we're here in Milwaukee, how many delegates here have learned about the importance of wetland in a class like Ecology and the Human Future? Let's hear it, delegates! All right, so you'll want to support this because remember that the state of Massachusetts is actually the size of the dead zone that happens in the Gulf of Mexico each year because of lack of wetlands along the Mississippi River. So we need wetlands all throughout the United States as well as in the state of Louisiana to protect all kinds of ecosystems, to reduce flooding, and to stop low oxygen water from killing fish in the Gulf. Let's go.
Thank you. Is there a motion to vote? Is there a second? All those in favor of this amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Any abstain? The ayes have it. The next amendment, which we will hear one speaker for each side, is promoting sustainable farming. This amendment seeks to enact programs that promote water conservation and increase funding to environmental conservation agencies. Delegate against the amendment.
I'm not exactly against, but I would propose that we just vote on the amendment immediately instead of waiting for Hamza to say something.
Delegate for the amendment.
Hi, my name is Sydney. I'm from the great state of New York. The great people of New York are proud to support this amendment as we want to do what's best for our planet. Supporting the practices that relate to sustainable farming, such as no-till farming, avoiding monoculture, which threatens livelihoods of farmers. Please support this amendment. Thank you.
30 seconds to the delegate against the amendment.
Hi, I'm Carter Haskell. I'm from New Jersey. And I don't know any farmers in Jersey. All I know is the Jersey Beach. I like to pump iron out there and tan. So if you're telling me to farm, I don't know what you're talking about. You can meet me on the shore. If you want to body up, that's all right. But I'm not for anything that promotes farming.
10 seconds.
That's it.
30 seconds to the delegate for the amendment.
Hi, I'm Henry Tickinen from the great state of Iowa. I would just like to say we only have farms. All we have is corn. And if we can sustain more corn, I'm all for sustaining more corn because we really, really, really like corn. Thank you.
Is there a motion to vote? Is there a second? All those in favor state aye. Aye. All those opposed? Any abstain? The ayes have it. Moving on to section 2, structural change. Please have it noted that this one has the most amount of amendments, so we'll be limiting 4 responses per amendment.
Missouri! Missouri, I clearly told you before this started, I will kick you out. You can't label something and say it's something. You can't label a poster and say it's confetti. Are we giants? No.
Can we get security out here to throw these suckers
Yeah,
out?
you're gonna throw me out? Me? What? Come on. Oh my God. All right, sit down. You had your fun. All right. Jeez. Shouldn't have to hire a damn babysitter.
Delegates, for the conservation of time, we'll be allowing 4 responses per amendment, in which 2 minutes are allotted per response. Our first amendment is an amendment to require primaries across the country and end caucuses. This amendment is designed to establish and redesign a more perfect union. Would the delegate from Iowa please speak?
Hi, it's Henry again from Iowa. So what? We messed up once. Our app got a little messed up. All I'm saying is mistakes
Why
happen.
did you use an app? It's called paper.
It's the 21st century. You mess up once and it all gets blown way out of proportion. Unnecessary. Thank you.
Delegate for the amendment.
All right. First of all, you're wrong. Okay. Look, my fellow Americans, we need to get our nation back on track. Iowa was a mockery of our electoral system. Yo, caucus-style body counting worked in ancient Greece when there were 12 people in the town, but it doesn't work in a state like Iowa with 3 million people. It's a stupid system. I'm sorry, Nestor, you said not to say stupid, but look, unclear results plagued Iowa, and they will continue to haunt us if we stand here and do nothing. Okay, this is not a states' rights issue. They shouldn't get to pick what they do. Voting is not a community event. Caucuses promote voter suppression. Caucuses promote voter suppression because if you're in a room and everybody knows who you're voting for, they can be like, Pete sucks. Come over here. And then you'll be like, you know? Because like if you're standing there by yourself, like you're gonna look like a loser. So like voter suppression is bad. Thank you.
Delegate against the amendment.
I would just like to state that a caucus creates a great opportunity to have discussion about candidates instead of everyone just writing down a name and that being that and then them being stuck in their ideas. It allows there to be a conversation about who we would like to be our president. As such, we are having here today.
Delegate for the amendment.
Hi, Hunter Coyle from Michigan. My esteemed colleagues, the outdated and unjust presidential primary system needs to change with the times. To begin, we would like to show some statistics. There we go. Iowa has a population with roughly 90% of its citizens being white, as well as New Hampshire having close to 95% white citizens. That alone should be an issue. With our proposed amendment, states such as Nevada and South Carolina will be able to offer a more diverse offering to the American electoral system. Both Nevada and South Carolina have populations below 70% of white people. In regards to the argument that New Hampshire has the greatest voter turnout, is purely based on them being first. For example, if Hawaii was to hold the first primary, they would have the greatest turnout. It's just facts. People like to go first. Furthermore, the voter turnout would be greater the next time the lottery system would bring the primary back to New Hampshire, because the waiting would create a want for that to be part of that historic moment. Lastly, in regards to retail politics, the delegation from Michigan does not frown upon face-to-face campaigning. It just should happen in more than 2 states.
Thank you, Delegate. 30 seconds to the delegate against the amendment.
So I'm a delegate at this moment from Texas, but I spent a lot of time in Minnesota, and I have to say that my person who came before me was right. The caucuses allow for democratic debate and discussion in ways that other forms of primaries do not. Not only they don't, and in addition, they also don't require you to have a single vote, a single winner. So you can actually switch your vote once you realize the sort of direction that the caucus is going, which means that people's second choice candidates can actually be seen as important. And I think that that's really important to preserve. And so while I'm not against changing who goes first, I actually think that more states should be caucuses and fewer should be primaries.
Thank you, Delegate. Is there a motion to vote? Is there a second? All those in favor of requiring primaries, vote aye. All those opposed? Any abstain? The nays have it. This next amendment will grant voting rights to dogs over the age of 18 via dog years. It should be noted these are dog years, not human years. Delegate for the amendment.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. I'm Anthony Pagigettis. I'm the state chair for Colorado, and I'd like to point out that while you can hear me, there are many who you cannot hear, and what they are saying is ARF. Many dogs exist in our country. 38.4% of U.S. households have a dog as a pet, and that's not including households which have more than one dog as a pet. These animals are considered man's best friend, and yet they are not considered equal in voting rights to man. This doesn't make any sense. I've encountered a lot of questions in my bringing up of this amendment. However, I have answers that I want to preempt for many of them. For one, I was asked, how do dogs vote? The answer is many of you may have seen a viral video of a dog learning to speak using buttons. We'll just use buttons. It makes a lot of sense. Furthermore,
point of order.
Furthermore, I'd like to simply rally some of the states who I know have some of the most dog citizens, including Idaho, Montana, Arkansas, Mississippi, West Virginia, Indiana, Oklahoma, Colorado, Nebraska, and Tennessee. It is about time that we raise our paws and fight for the dogs that need to vote. I very much hope that you come and join us for canine suffrage and appreciate the dog vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Delegate against the amendment.
Hi, delegate or state chair from the great state of California. What are we going to do next? Allow toasters to vote? That was a joke about Vernon Supreme, you know, and the libertarians. But no, dogs? What about cats? What about fish? We have so many other animals
Delegate,
if we're going to do.
this amendment's only about dogs?
Yeah, but if we're going to do dogs, might as well include every other animal. So that is why I'm against this amendment.
Delegate for the amendment.
Hi, I'm Avery from California, and I'd just like to say that most dogs have better moral codes than some Republicans, so I think they should be able to vote. That's all.
Delegate against the amendment.
Hi, delegate from the great state of Ohio. I would just like to say that since there's
You have 30 seconds.
There's just such a small proportion of people who actually own dogs that this is actually classist. The more dogs you own, the more votes you can buy. This is an outrage.
Delegate against, you have 30 seconds.
I just want it to be made known that Iowa thinks if corn can't vote, then dogs can't vote either. Thank you.
30 seconds, the delegate against the amendment.
Hello, I am Courtney Owen, state delegate of Florida. And I would like to say that 40% of black Americans in Florida do not have the right to vote. So can we get the right to vote before some dogs? Thank you.
Is there a motion to vote? Is there a second? All those in favor of granting voting rights to dogs, say aye. All those opposed? Any abstaining? The nays have it. This next amendment is to adopt a condemnation of white nationalism into the party platform. Are there any delegates for this amendment?
Hannah Gretsch, Chair of South Carolina.
While the party platform condemns hate, the phrases white nationalism and far-right extremism do not appear in the text, despite these ideologies being responsible for multiple hate crimes and attacks in the U.S. as well as around the world. As a delegate from South Carolina, this issue is pertinent due to the 2015 shooting in Charleston at the Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church. The South Carolina delegation asks that this language condemning white supremacy and far-right extremism be added to the platform in light of this event, as well as the many other hate-fueled events since. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate for the amendment.
Hi, my name is Mary Kate, and I'm a delegate from the great state of New York. Gonna get some coffee soon. I would like to voice my support of this amendment because we currently live in a country where, sorry, y'all, too tall. Just a moment. Sorry. We currently live in a country where our party depends upon the votes of black and brown people without actually doing anything but pay lip service to their issues until we get elected, and then we forget about them. And it's time for this party to actually stand up and vocally and specifically point out that we are going to fight white nationalism, that we are going to fight racism in this country, because we cannot continue to win and get office on the support of black and brown people's votes without doing anything when we're in office to support them.
Thank you, Delegate. Motion to vote.
Stephen
right,
Kosman,
delegate against?
from New Jersey.
Yes, sir.
I object specifically to the language of condemning the far right, as it includes such a wider range beyond just the specific ideology, and we should at the very least clarify to talk about the violent extremism and not target a specific political ideology that could lead to problems down the line when condemning various political beliefs.
Hi,
Yes,
my
delegate.
name is David Jacks I'm a delegate from Florida. My personal opinion is I'm a fan of this. I think we should strike the far-right extremism, because if we're going to condemn far-right, we should also condemn far-left, such as Black Lives Matter and Antifa. Thank you.
Delegate for the amendment.
I would like to counter by pointing out that while many white supremacist groups have been accurately clarified as being terrorist organizations by the US government because of their actions, Black Lives Matter and Antifa have both never committed atrocities such as murder that have led to the clarification of the US government considering them terrorists. Thank you.
Is there a motion to vote for this amendment as is? Is there a second? All those in favor of condemning white nationalism and far-right extremism? All those opposed? Any abstain? The ayes have it. This next amendment is to abolish the Electoral College and replace it with a popular vote system. Delegate against this amendment.
Hi, delegate from the great state of Ohio, back up here again. Let's just point out that there's only been 5 exceptions where the popular vote winner has not won the Electoral College. That's actually not that bad in the grand scheme of things if you think about it. Let's also mention that the Electoral College is the way we've been doing it since this country was founded, since the Constitution was written. Those are the rules of the game. You have to follow the rules of the game.
Delegate for the amendment.
Hi, I'm Billy from Michigan. Just like to say first, I know our team sucks, our football team that is. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, 5 times, like I said, in our history of our nation, the president's been elected without winning the popular vote. I believe that the time has come to abolish the Electoral College. This institution was created a long time ago when our country's population was smaller and less diverse. We've outgrown the system, so I say to you now that the time has come to give every American citizen an equal voice in electing our president, and to make the presidential system or presidential election fair, it's simple that the most votes should win. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate against the amendment.
Hi, this is Curtis Sprunger, the state chair for Montana. The presidential debate and the presidential run is not a popularity contest. And it should never be a popularity contest because there are some popular people in today's society that are not fit to be president. Think about it.
Point of order. Delegate.
Thank you. Popular people that should not be president, such as, let's see, name a famous actor or actress. Most of them are not, if not all of them, are not qualified to.
Point of order.
Nonetheless, the program that is put in state in regards to the Electoral College makes sure that people who are actually qualified to become president are not disregarded solely because they're not popular. Thank you.
Delegate for the amendment.
Hi, Julia Shorey from Arizona. When the Electoral College was instituted, it was so that Americans who were more educated could have the vote instead of, because we didn't have national education systems in place at the time, at the founding of our country. If we have any faith in our educational systems and in our system and in our citizens, we should allow the popular vote and the abolishment of electoral colleges because every person should have an equal vote in our country.
Thank you. 30 seconds to the delegate against the amendment.
North Dakota speaking, I would like to say that this amendment is awful towards small states. Big states like Texas and, California and Texas.
Point of order.
Florida.
Yes,
is just going to demolish small states like North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, Wyoming, all kinds of other states I can't name right now. And it's just not fair. You know, it's just because you have more people doesn't make you better than, us people in, Central America. It's just not fair. You have like a whole bunch of people and we have a small amount of people and it's like you guys want more of a vote or
Your
something.
time is up, sir. 30 seconds to delegate for the amendment.
Brad Pulsini, State Chair of Great State of Washington. Electoral College, historically suppressive and racist. Let's just call it out what it is. One vote, one person. Plus, Washington is sick of elections being decided before it gets out to our way too. So, anything we can do to be relevant, Washington likes.
30 seconds to delegate against the amendment.
I would just like to state that this country was actually founded on a set of balances, and you actually have to take into account we're supposed to be the party of the people, yet all we're doing is disenfranchising states that have a minority. If you don't think about actually upholding a balance, there's a reason that we have two houses in Congress. We have one that represents all of the states, and we have one that actually represents the majority. This is a system that actually takes in hand both of them, so we should actually uphold this system.
30 seconds to delegate for the amendment.
Drake Ogden, State of California. I would like to ask the opposition what exactly is unfair that every single man and woman in the United States should be allowed the right to have equal say in the election of the head of the executive office. He controls the military, he controls executive orders, and as we've seen in the past 4 goddamn years, he does not know how to use that correctly, and if the will of the people is followed, then we'll have a president that's worth following. Thank you.
Our final statement will be 30 seconds for the delegate against the amendment in response.
Look, to back up my other representative's point, the Electoral College is here to make sure that the president actually supports the majority of the country, and not the popular vote would also do that if it worked correctly. But the Electoral College makes sure that bigger states who have huge issues, California, Texas, Florida, Georgia, whatever, know that they're actually being represented in the White House.
10 seconds.
I'm good. No. I would like to give my 10 seconds to her because she also wanted to talk.
30 seconds to the delegate for the amendment.
I'm Fatma from the great state of New Jersey. I just want to say something. Hillary Clinton she was leading by 2.8 million popular vote. The only reason she lost, the only reason the United States of America did not have a first female president was because of the Electoral College. You really want to go and say that we want Electoral College? Really?
Is there a motion to vote? Is there a second? All right. All those in favor of abolishing the Electoral College, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Any abstaining? We're going to go to a roll call vote. In order to be considerate of everyone's time, please just stand up at your seat and yell so we can count your votes. Ready? Would the state chair of Alabama say your vote? Two nays for Alabama. If everyone could be quiet so we could hear the state votes. Alaska.
2 nays and 1 abstain.
Thank you. American Samoa. Not here. Arizona. Arkansas. California.
6 nays and 2 abstains.
Colorado.
3 human gays and many dog gays that you won't count.
We are only counting human gays. Is that 3? Okay. Connecticut.
We have 1 no, 4 yeses, and 1 abstention.
Thank you. Delaware. How do we miss Delaware? We're in Delaware. Florida.
5 abstains and 3 nays.
Georgia.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking it was from Ohio. We have 5 yeas, 2 abstains, and 1 no.
Guam. Abstain? Okay. Hawaii.
1 yay, 1 abstain.
Idaho.
2 yeas, 1 abstain.
Illinois.
3 yeas, 2 no, 2 abstain.
Indiana.
4 yeas, 1 abstain.
Iowa.
1 yay, 2 abstain.
Kansas.
2 yeas.
Kentucky.
3 yeas.
Louisiana.
4 yeas.
Maine.
3 yays.
Maryland.
Oh, sorry, 5 yeas, 1 abstain.
Danielle. Massachusetts. Michigan.
9 yeas, 4 nays.
Minnesota.
3 yeas.
Mississippi.
4 yeas.
Missouri.
4 yeas, 2 abstentions, 1 nay.
Montana.
2 nays.
Nebraska.
3 abstentions.
Nevada.
2 yeas, 1 abstaining.
New Hampshire.
2 yeas.
New Jersey.
12 yeas.
New Mexico.
1 yay, 1 nay, 1 abstain.
New York.
14 yeas, 3 nays, 1 abstain.
North Carolina.
1 nay, 8 yay.
North Dakota.
1 yes, 2 no.
Northern Mariana Islands.
Commonwealth says don't repeal, reform it, and votes no.
Ohio.
2 yay, 10 nays.
Oklahoma.
12 nays.
Could you repeat that?
2 yay, 12 nays.
Thank you. Oklahoma.
4 yeas.
Oregon.
Since it's just me, 1 yay.
Pennsylvania.
3 yay, 2 nay, 1 abstain.
Puerto Rico.
3 votes for whichever option. That's 3.9 million American citizens residing in Puerto Rico vote for the president.
Thank you, delegate. Rhode Island.
3 yeas.
South Carolina.
5 yeas.
South Dakota.
3 yeas.
Tennessee.
3 abstain.
Texas.
14 yeas, 1 nay.
Utah.
2 yeas, 1 abstain.
Vermont.
2 yeas.
The Virgin Islands.
Because the territories are not allowed to vote in elections, I choose to abstain.
Virginia.
1 yay, 5 nays.
The state of Washington.
4 yeas, 1 abstain.
West Virginia.
2 yeas.
Wisconsin.
6 yay, 2 abstain.
Wyoming. All right, thank you. We shall tally the votes.
Drum roll, please.
The votes have been counted for the amendment under consideration. The vote is 196 yay, 61 nay, 35 abstentions. The amendment has passed.
This next amendment will reallocate funding for visual, performing, and fine arts within K through 12 schools. Are there any delegates wishing to speak upon this? Delegate for the amendment.
Hi, I'm Ann Raspy. I'm from Nebraska. Okay, thank you. Arts education opens opportunities for children to express themselves in ways not previously interested in. These opportunities may allow for more inward discovery as well as a creative outlet. Art allows for a practice of creation and creativity in a society that loves to squash that desire. Making art more accessible shows children that the ability to create is a valuable skill to have. If Democrats actually believe in equal access, stand and support the arts.
Delegate for the amendment.
Hi, I'm Aaliyah Ratcliffe. I'm a delegate from Florida, and personally, as a band student in high school, I was lucky that the funding for my school wasn't cut, and I personally love band. I think it helps a lot. It even helps students become better in school and perform better, and I honestly think that cutting it to fund sports is a dumb decision.
30 seconds to the delegate for the amendment.
Hi, Alexis Green, State Chair of California. If we want to continue having music, museums, and movies, we have to support the arts. Rest my case.
Motion to vote.
Motion to vote!
Is there a second? All those in favor of
me
increasing
speak.
federal funding for arts education?
Let me speak.
All those opposed? Any abstain? The ayes have it. This next amendment is on the creation of a federal internet association which would monitor and provide accessibility for the internet across the country and prevent the rise of disinformation. Delegate against the amendment.
I am challenging your credentials for being undemocratic. I came up for a chance to speak. Equal speaking time should be allotted democratically to those for and against propositions. You shut me out. You silenced me. You did not give me the opportunity to speak. That is undemocratic. You are not living by the values of the Democratic Party.
Sir, you were not in line before the call for vote was called. Delegate against the amendment?
No. He had me sign that earlier when he was questioning somebody else's credentials and left my signature on there. I would like my signature stricken.
Delegate for the amendment.
Hi. My name is Diego from the great state of New York. I oppose this amendment because in 2016, the Russians undertook a vast operation to undermine our elections. In 2017, Myanmar propagated a genocide using Facebook. Indonesia is currently cracking down the LGBTQ community using Instagram. China is currently in the process of buying Madagascar and basically owns Sri Lanka, all through Facebook by manipulating information. The creation of a federal internet administration would work to ensure that we hold internet and technological companies to account for the damage they are doing to our institutions. As of right now, we are falling behind, and whatever actions we currently take are not enough. We need to propose bigger actions that will ensure the values of our democracy stay strong. Thank you.
30 seconds to the delegate against the amendment.
All right, I'm specifically speaking against the accountability part of this amendment. It is very hard for one outlet, one organization to accurately and as a well-rounded, take a look at this particular issue. So it's all on us to take a look at what we're reading and what we're sharing to make sure that what we are presenting is accurate and not rely on a government organization to do that work for us.
30 seconds to delegate against the amendment.
Hello, I'm Nick Cooper from the state chair of Florida. And although I'm all for our rights, for our freedom of speech, but we live in the generation now where the police need to have an upper hand before we have another Sandy Hook, Columbine. It's time that we take a stand and we have the upper hand before we have school shootings. So I'm against this bill.
30 seconds to delegate against the amendment.
Hi, I'm Aniper, a delegate from Rhode Island. Whereas this amendment is made with good intentions, it borders on the danger of one organization having the power to control freedom of speech, which could lead to potential censorship, which I personally am against.
30 seconds to delegate against the amendment.
Jordan Griffith, North Carolina. I strongly second the previous statement. The First Amendment of the Constitution says the government shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech. Providing the federal government access to our internet, access under the ostensible curtain of free speech, would actually allow whoever's in power to curtail our speech. This is unconstitutional, it's against our values, and we should not support it. Thank you.
Motion to vote for this amendment. Is there a second? All those in favor of the creation of a federal internet association within the U.S. government, say aye. All those opposed? Nay. Any abstaining? The nays have it.
There has been a credentials challenge against Dylan. We would just like to report to the body here that the time for doing any credentials challenges has passed, and this will not be considered.
This next amendment will restore voting rights and privileges to every person, specifically black males in Florida who have permanently lost their right to vote. Under the language of this amendment, it also goes to the entirety of the United States, and they will regain their voting rights after their sentences in prison. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against or for this amendment? Delegate for this amendment.
Drake Ogden, California. A special stipulation to the 14th Amendment or 13th Amendment after the Civil War specifically allowed for forced labor in the event that a person was a prisoner for a crime. This was not an accident. This has been used for over 150 years to control the black population of America, to disenfranchise them, and to allow them to continue in a sort of pseudo or quasi-slavery to essentially corporations that are mainly dominated by white business owners that use private prisons to profit off the labor of people who should be free by all intents and purposes, but are kept in chains by a system that simply does not care about them. This is a necessity for the nation to move on from the scars of war that ended generations ago, and yet we still can't seem to get over.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate for the amendment.
Mary Kay from the state of New York, echoing the sentiments of the previous delegate. It is absolutely ridiculous to continue to punish people by revoking one of their most fundamental rights, as we've discussed here this evening, after they have served their sentence for whatever criminal behavior that they exhibited. It is flatly unconstitutional to deny the rights to a free and growing American citizen, period, end of story. And that's why I support this amendment.
30 seconds to the delegate for the amendment.
Aiden Handrich, delegate from Montana. I want to show support for this, and I believe that as long as the crime is nonviolent and they are no longer hurting society, then they have every right given to them by higher power, as is in the Constitution, to be a part of said society. That's it.
30 seconds to delegate for the amendment.
Hi,
I'm Avery Newcomb from Massachusetts. I want to say that 90% of people in prison will come back to society and be reintegrated, and it's not fair to them to come back and not be treated as we are as citizens. The United States would have 20% less poverty if we weren't over-incarcerating at the rate that we are, because that has such a future impact on their earnings, and it's not fair.
30 seconds to delegate for the amendment.
Hi, I'm Jordan Howlett from the small but mighty state of Rhode Island. This country has become pro-incarceration, anti-rehabilitation, and prisons are no longer being treated as places of, like, rebringing people back. They're being treated as places of profit. Voting is a right, and like a constitutional right, as previously mentioned, and these people, just because they happen to make a mistake due to our justice system, are not any less of a person, and they do not deserve to have this right taken away.
30 seconds to delegate for the amendment.
Hi, I am Janelle Collier. I'm representing Oklahoma. I just wanted to say, just thinking about the 13th Amendment, where those who are incarcerated are treated as slaves, but still robbed of their right of voting, which is interesting because with the 3/5 compromise, well, black people and slaves were still counted as citizens, and they still, their citizenship, 3/5 of it at least, still went towards representation, and that's still going on today. So how can we count them out but still count their presence in? So I just wanted to complicate it a little bit. So I'm definitely for this this amendment. Yeah.
One last statement, 30 seconds to the delegate for the amendment.
Minnesota would also like to recognize that many people are disproportionately incarcerated for marijuana charges, and this is particularly people of color. And we cannot sit here and later on vote for the legalization of marijuana without also restoring voting rights for the formerly incarcerated.
Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to speak against this amendment? Is there a motion to vote? Is there a second? All those in favor of restoring voting rights to those formerly incarcerated, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Any abstain? The ayes have it. This next amendment is for a one Dakota in which North and South Dakota would be combined into one state.
Do you want to go first?
Delegate for this amendment.
Hello, from the great state of California, where we have 39.5 million people. Both of the Dakotas combined have 1.5 million people. Now, the Dakotas combined get 4 representatives in the Senate. California gets 2. How is that fair? So if we combine the Dakotas and they get 2, it's equal.
Delegate against this amendment.
Zach Spiro from Missouri. The amount of money it would cost taxpayers to combine the Dakotas will be an extreme number. We would have to remake all the American flags with 49 stars instead of 50. Or we add Puerto Rico to the United States.
One last statement from each side. Delegate for the one Dakota. One last statement for each side.
Okay, I want to first state that these 2 Dakotas take up a large population of land, and the fact that we have tons of Native Americans in those lands who are not represented in their states equally than the people that live there already, and that combining them will give them the chance for representation with the population. And also, if we combine these 2, it will leave a place on the flag open for our territories like Puerto Rico and Guam. Yes, and Northern Mariana, so, yes.
Delegate against this amendment.
Ellie Shoemaker from South Dakota. The word Dakota in Lakota means friendship. Do you want less friendship in the United States? Also, leave the Native American land alone. Do you stand with the white man? Leave their land alone. Also, you have to go through tribal government anyway, so it's all corrupt. So really combining it, it does nothing. It does nothing. They don't want your money. They don't want your representation. They want their land back.
Motion to vote. Is there a second? All those in favor of combining the Dakotas say aye. All those opposed? Nay. Any abstaining? The nays have it. This next amendment is to split North and South Dakota into 9 separate Dakotas, respectively North, South, East, West, Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, Northwest, and Middle Dakota.
All right.
Delegate for this amendment?
What? All right. I've thought about this one a lot. The word Dakota means friendship. And don't you want more friendship? 7 extra Dakotas is the way to do it. Let me tell you why. President Rock Jones signed on to our 9 Dakota plan, unlike the very, very stupid 1 Dakota plan. Therefore, if you want to be with me and Massachusetts on the right side of history, yeah, you do. Vote yay. 9 Dakotas. We'll combine them and then we'll split it up like a tic-tac-toe board.
Point of order.
Motion to vote.
We will hear one statement for those against the amendment.
9 Dakotas.
Look, I already got yelled at for not listening to each side, so.
So we're doing this? Okay. So.
Yes.
Brianna Mack, the only delegate from the U.S. Virgin Islands. Though I originally had signed Danny's, I wanted to remove my name. I want my name stricken.
We have 27 votes already, so we don't need it.
Okay, so my name can still be dropped. Anyways, the reason why I am now against this bill is because I want to remind everyone here that there are 16 territories that have over 4 million people that cannot participate in elections.
Could I rebuttal?
And so how can we sit here and add more Dakotas when there are multiple territories that are being taxed and are not getting any type of representation within any of the bodies of this country? So,
motion to vote.
If we were going to
Is
do
there a
both,
second?
it would be in the plan,
All those
but it's not.
in support of creating 9 Dakotas say aye.
Aye!
All those opposed? Any abstaining? It is the opinion of the chairwoman that the nays have it. This next amendment is focused on providing federal funds to organizations that fight against Islamophobia and anti-Semitism.
You skipped one, Mr. Chairman. There has been
We're doing this amendment first. Yes, ma'am.
There has been an amendment that has been skipped.
I was not aware of this.
After the platform committee reviewed the amendment, that amendment was ruled out of order.
Then why is it still on the screen? Why is it still up there? It's right there. I can see it. It says abolish West Virginia.
Ma'am, your speaking time has allotted.
Abolish West Virginia? I see it. It's right there.
The list reflects not the decision of the platform committee. We're moving on to the next resolution.
Those in favor of an amendment fighting against anti-Semitism and Islamophobia? Yes.
Hello, Ahmed Hamid from the great state of, the craptastic state of Maryland. So first of all, I would like to thank you, yes. First of all, I would like to say, as a Muslim living in the United States, born right here in Westerville, Ohio, I would like to make the claim that the United States stands for religious freedom. And that freedom also stands for the protection of religious minorities in the United States. It is the duty of Americans to protect those that are underserved. I rest my case.
Delegate against the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Hamza. I am also a Muslim, born in Columbus, Ohio. And I say we don't need protection. We don't need protection and we don't want it. Now, what's the point of creating an organization that tackles Islamophobia and anti-Semitism? We have the First Amendment, freedom of speech. I say let people criticize me, but then they should face the consequences of that criticism. Let me criticize them. We shouldn't police what everyone does. That's a violation of our country. It's a violation of the First Amendment, a violation of the Constitution. Freedom for all, that is what we stand for. Democracy. Democracy means a voice for everyone, even those we
15
disagree
seconds.
with. We can't just shut out everyone we disagree with. If we do, there will be no meaningful debate, our nation will stagnate, and there will be no purpose to democracy. How can we call ourselves a democracy when we silence those who disagree with us?
Sir, your time is allotted. Delegate for the amendment.
Hi, Danielle Black, State Chair of Maryland, and I would just like to say I have the First Amendment pulled up right here. The First Amendment specifically prevents the government from making laws which regulate the free exercise of religion. This is a fundamental right of the United States of America. How can we sit here and call ourselves the party of the people when everyday Americans can't safely practice whatever religion they choose? Thank you.
30 seconds to the delegate against the amendment.
Hello, Adrian Moran, State Chair of New Mexico. I propose we implement a French idea called l'assiette, and we don't represent any religion at all, and you keep it in home.
This is not a time for new amendments, but noted. 30 seconds to the delegate for the amendment.
Sierra Maynard from Virginia. I would just like to point out Virginia saw more hate crimes in the past year than 40 other states in the United States of America and saw a 70% increase in hate crimes between 2013 and 2017. The Charlottesville riots happened in our own state. This is a problem that we have always seen in the United States and have consistently failed to address. And if we are the party of the people, then it's time to address it.
30 seconds to the delegate for the amendment.
Yeah, as a Jewish student at this university, one of maybe like 20 Jewish students at this university, I'm completely for this bill. It's like, I'm not for me personally, but I've talked to the other Jewish students here. They're terrified sometimes of anti-Semitism and this continued growth in Ohio. There have been 8 shootings at synagogues like in the last like few months, and that's just unacceptable. That's way too many. So yeah, I don't know how to end that.
Is there a motion to vote? Is there a second? All those in favor of enacting this policy, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Any abstaining? The ayes have it. Our last amendment for this section is to recognize and understand campaign's finance system is broken and reform it. Are there any delegates for or against this amendment? Delegate for this amendment.
Hi, I'm Umber. I'm from the state of Michigan. So it's very obvious that we have a broken campaign finance system. You know, people, regardless of their income or their connections in politics, should be able to participate in the political process, should be able to run for office. But we know that's not entirely true. It's clouded by the fact that people are, you know, funded by corporations, by private donors, and this is all legal because at the end of the day, the Supreme Court upholds this. So we propose that we not only increase transparency by making it public knowledge what corporations are donating to what politicians, to their shareholders as well, but also require that there is a small donation public funding system, one that a lot of other countries follow, so that there is a level of political equality and leveling the playing field for all people who are interested in politics and not just people who are backed by
30 seconds.
corporations.
Delegate against this amendment.
Thank you. Now, campaign finance is an important issue, and the comment raised by my peer is that we cannot allow corporations to continue supporting candidates. But where corporations or where individuals put their money is an exercise of their First Amendment right. They can give money to those they support. Anyone can. And that's just a simple exercise of your First Amendment right. There's nothing wrong with that. We can't police the use of money. We can't police who people decide to support and how, what is the difference between donating money to a candidate and donating time and hours and going out and campaigning for them? Both are supplying resources, both are helping them. It's just a different method of getting to the same thing. And both are just expressions of the First Amendment. The more we police, the more we control, the less freedom we have.
15 seconds.
And the less democratic we are. The First Amendment stipulates freedom of expression, and I choose to express myself by donating money to a candidate that I like. Why should corporations not have that same freedom? Thank you.
We have one last statement, 30 seconds to the delegate for the amendment.
Okay, real quick. My name is Katia. I'm from Arizona. And corporations who buy into campaigns are the reason that we haven't addressed climate change, even though we knew it back in 1980 when Ronald Reagan was president. And in order to engage regular citizens in the day-to-day political processes, it does help to volunteer and spend your time with these campaigns and not lobbyists and big monies that's just going to end us in a bad storm 40 years later. Cheers.
10 seconds to the delegate against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Greg McGavich, the delegate from the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, I am opposing this amendment because it doesn't go strong enough. It does not include individual campaign contributions. I do not want an election between two New York oligarchs.
Sir. Okay. Is there a motion to vote on amending campaign finance? Is there a second? All those in favor of amending campaign finance laws, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All abstaining? The ayes have it. Moving on to our third section. Madam Chair, the Platform Committee would like to recognize a special guest from the great state of Florida, Alex Moscu, who is a survivor of the tragic shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. We move to waive the time limit for this speech on behalf of his amendment, so that Delegate Moscu can share an important message with his convention. Is there a motion to suspend the time limit on this speech? Is there a second? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Any abstain? All right. Please welcome Delegate Moscu.
I'd like to invite the honored delegate to the stage to make his presentation.
Hi, my name is Alex Moscu, and for those of you who don't know, I am a survivor of the tragedy that occurred at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida on February 14th, 2018. First, I just want to give a special thank you to President Rock for giving me the honor to speak at this convention. So thank you. So in regards to the assault weapons ban, which I will get to in a second, I just want to give a little background about myself and you know, what I've been through, I guess. Where do I start? So on February 14th, it was a normal day. I was in my drama class. The fire alarm, we actually had a drill earlier that day. So it came as a surprise to most of us when the fire alarm went off for a second time. We quickly realized that it wasn't a drill and that something had to be wrong. A lot of people thought something may have happened in the culinary room, and there may have just been a small fire, nothing major to worry about. Clearly, we quickly realized we were wrong, and the next thing I knew, myself and 60 other classmates in my drama class were hiding in the back closet meant for about 12 kids for about 2.5 hours until we were rescued by the SWAT team, only find out that 17 people were killed that day. So in regards to the assault weapons ban, it's something very personal to me, and I think it's an issue that is not easily recognizable until you you experience it firsthand. No person should need a military-grade weapon to defend themselves. My personal opinion, and from what I have gone through and from who I've spoken with, it's not necessarily a gun control issue as much as I believe it is a gun violence issue. can be for or against gun control all day long, but I've yet to meet someone who's for gun violence. And at the end of the day, that's the issue. I mean, innocent people are dying because people feel that their way of defending themselves is with a military-grade weapon. When the Second Amendment was written, way back when the Constitution was written, they had no idea the kinds of weapons that were being created, that would be created, and the extent of how powerful and how devastating these weapons could be if fallen into the wrong hands. And I want to take a second to also address the gun violence issue and the gun control issue. It goes hand in hand with the mental health issues that face this country today. And I think you can't address one without addressing the other. Sorry. But that's more or less what I have to say. I really appreciate you guys giving me the time to speak, and I don't want to take up too much more time because there is a lot more to be discussed, but just to close out, I guess, in conclusion, in regards to the assault weapons ban, which is what we're talking about, I absolutely am for the assault weapons ban. No person should need a military-grade weapon to defend themselves. It is said right there in the title, military-grade weapon. No ordinary citizen should need that kind of firepower to defend themselves. Thank you.
I motion to vote. Second. We already second. Voting on a ban on automatic and semi-automatic military-grade weapons. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Any abstaining? The ayes have it. All right, only a few more amendments left. What? In this category. This amendment focuses on net neutrality and data protection, in which your data footprint, regardless of who you are or where you live, will be protected under government regulation. All those in favor of this amendment, or not? Yeah, you. Sorry.
Hi, my name is Colin McCormick. I'm recognizing the state of Pennsylvania. Part of what is included in this amendment is having net neutrality and data protection fall under both the purview of the Federal Communications Committee as well as the DOJ. And the reason for that is because some of the issues that we've seen in the current climate, what will happen is that the head of the FCC, who the net neutrality falls under, can be elected by a corrupted president. And so by having it run under both a department that doesn't fall under the executive branch, you're kind of having a two-tiered system that allows net neutrality to stay neutral. Thank you.
Is there a motion to vote? Second. Motion to, or those in favor of adopting the Net Neutrality and Data Protection Act, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Any abstaining? The ayes have it. This next amendment ensures reproductive health care for all, including abortion services, STD testing, and ensuring further access to all people across the United States for such services. Delegate in favor?
Hi, I'm Aaliyah from Florida again. I just want to say that I'm definitely in support of this because those that force women to go through with unwanted pregnancies, like to say they are pro-life but do not seem to care about these children after they are born and forced to stay in unsafe, not properly funded foster homes. Desperate women are forced to engage in unsafe and dangerous abortions instead of in the company of knowledgeable doctors who can help them. Banning abortions is not about protecting life, it's about controlling women. Instead of banning birth control, I believe the United States government should provide more comprehensive sex education and access to cheaper birth control. Thank you.
1 minute to the delegate in favor of the amendment.
Hi, Avery from California again. I would just like to make the statement, kind of going off of what the former delegate said, that restricting abortion doesn't make it safe. It just means it's a crime that you can be punished for. Hundreds of women will actually probably more of thousands of women would die if this was outlawed due to unsafe conditions.
2 minutes to the sponsor of this act.
Good evening, esteemed delegates. Tonight, the state of New York brings forth a gender-inclusive and all-encompassing reproductive rights amendment. We, the delegates, firmly believe that the access to reproductive health care, abortion, family planning, STD testing and treatment services fall under the safeties and liberties for the First Amendment for all in America. Continuing to frame reproductive rights as a fight for women not only erases many whose ownership of a uterus puts them at risk for discrimination, it perpetuates a scientifically inaccurate conflation of anatomy to gender. This conflation is more than just inaccurate, it's dangerous. Trans and non-binary bodies are met with violence daily for failing to meet the misguided gender expectations that this conflation perpetuates. In a time of the implementation of Trump's global gag rule, hindering the safeties of those within and outside the U.S., the safeties of Roe v. Wade are at risk, and women, minorities, LGBTQ individuals, and poor people continue to live as second-class citizens. This is the time to support this amendment as we aim to uplift, protect, and bring the power back to the people. Oh my God.
Thank you. Is there a motion to vote? Is there a second? All those in favor of the Reproductive Health Care Act, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Any abstaining? The ayes have it. This next amendment is the Freedom to Adopt Act, which would outlaw the discriminatory practices of LGBTQ+ families in adoption agencies. Yes, delegate for the amendment.
I want to speak on this one because there are 10 states that are represented here that actually do not have protections for adoption within LGBTQ families. So those states are North Dakota, South Dakota, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Michigan, Virginia, and South Carolina. So more than 50% of people in the United States live in states where not everybody is fully protected to be able to adopt children, when there are plenty of children who are up for adoption who could find a loving family, but people aren't protected and people aren't allowed. That is all.
I have one more statement. 30 seconds to the delegate for the amendment.
I think this is kind of an attestment to why the fight against discrimination based on sexual orientation, just isolating one issue within the queer community, did not stop with marriage equality, because and even going outside of that, even if I wanted to adopt as a single parent, or if I chose to marry another man, because of the discriminatory policies that 10 states out of 50 have, I have to be very careful of where I would want to start this process in order to start a family of my own, should I choose to do so.
Thank you, delegate. Is there a motion to vote? Is there a second? All those in favor of the Freedom to Adopt Act, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Any abstaining? The ayes have it. Right now?
Yes. Did we have these ones?
Yes. Okay. This next amendment is a Medicare for All proposal. I don't know if it's on the screen. This proposal will give health insurance to any and every American, regardless of their socioeconomic class, race, or social division. Is there anyone who'd like to speak upon this amendment? Yes, delegate in favor.
Yes, as the delegate of New York, I am Carl Scott and also a proud member of the Democratic Socialists of America. Let us be clear when talking about Medicare for All. It is a middle-class tax cut. Yes. It does not increase the cost, it's a cut. Right now, with all our co-pays, deductibles, and premiums, that is a private tax that you pay to the health insurance industry. What Medicare for All will do is change that to a public tax, a progressive tax that will save middle-income Americans much money. And everyone will be covered, and it will include dental, eye care, and mental health.
Yes, delegate.
Mary Kay McNally from the state of New York. I would argue that Ohio Wesleyan University has a highly competitive healthcare plan. I think that we get relatively good benefits here. I would argue that most of the people that we are on par with in our professional fields get similar benefits to us, and certainly as employees at a private university, we get better benefits than most people in the country. 2 years ago, following a medically necessary abdominal surgery to avoid giving myself severe esophageal damage and potentially esophageal cancer, left me with a 4-figure bill with some of the best health insurance in the country. This right now, for a cisgender, white, middle-class woman is about as good as it gets. And for that reason, we need health care for all now. Now.
Yes, delegate for the amendment.
Hi, I'm the chair of Connecticut. Sorry. I've been on both the ACA and Medicare, and ACA right now in our country is broken. The changes will never get through Congress, nor was it ever truly the real ACA that Obama or the Democrats had wanted. We can only thank McConnell and Ryan for what we have currently now. Medicare and Social Security under the Republicans will be going away. Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump has said this several times, both politically and privately, and let's not even talk about pre-existing conditions. The reason why Medicare sometimes gets a bad rap now is because it pays for end-of-life care for people who didn't have care from cradle to grave. When we add in the entire population, it brings the cost down. Everyone gets preventative care, which dramatically brings down the cost at the end of life. It also removes the cost of insurance agencies, administrative overhead, more control over pharmaceutical costs, and profiting on illness. Instead of co-pays and yearly deductibles, to say nothing of the cost for prescriptions, Medicare for All will pool all monies for health care, not profiteering and exploitation.
15 seconds.
Please consider, just wanted to let you know that the Committee to Protect Medicare, the American College of Physicians, Put People First, Physicians for National Healthcare Programs, Healthcare for All, Healthcare Now, all of these organizations are supporting it. And by the way, please register to vote in Ohio because we need you guys more here now than on the East Coast.
Thank you,
Please do
delegate.
it. Thank you.
Delegate for the amendment, you will be our last statement.
My name is Willa, recently promoted chair of Texas. As a Canadian and recently a new American citizen, I've experienced the benefits of like universal health care and just insurance, basic insurance for citizens of a country. And coming from a family where at times we struggled and we had a low income and we needed that insurance just to be able to visit the doctor, and now being here at Ohio Wesleyan having to pay so many co-pays and deductibles for just looking at my ankle because I play a sport and I might have sprained it. So that's the reason I kind of support Medicare for All and just basic insurance for people who need it when they need it.
Thank you, delegate. Is there a motion to vote? Is there a second? All those in favor of changing the party platform to our Medicare for All system, vote aye. Aye. All those opposed? Any abstaining? The ayes have it.
This next amendment is to provide paid parental leave to every American and expand reproductive health care systems. We'll allow two or three statements on this. Yes, delegate.
Kate Falco, delegate of Minnesota. The United States is the only developed country that does not guarantee any sort of paid parental leave to new parents, despite evidence showing offering paid leave benefits the economy, the mental health of the parents, the development of the child, and helps the parents bond with their new child.
Yes, delegate.
Hi, Kurt Sprunger, State Chair for Montana. Coming from a household where both of my parents at one point were full-time teachers at a middle school, as soon as my older sister and myself and my little sister and my little brother came along, my mom was basically at stay-at-home with us 4 kids until we were old enough to go to elementary school. My dad and my mom did not have enough money to start off. My mom was not getting paid off the leave, or at least enough for how much time she spent off. And my dad took on 6 additional jobs just to support us kids in order to have a good education so I can be standing here today. And being able to have paid parental leave for people such as teachers and people who don't get enough money for what they do for us, I think that's invaluable in the grand scheme of things.
Motion to vote. Is there a second? All those in favor of adopting a paid parental leave program for the U.S. federal government, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Any abstaining? All right. This next amendment will increase funding to rural access healthcare, including those who, rural access healthcare. We're going to limit all our time to 30 seconds. I know it's hot and you're all tired. Yes, delegate.
Hi, my name is Brandon Stevens, representing Georgia here today, home of the CDC, Center for Disease Control. Across rural America, there is a crisis. As rural hospitals continue to close across America, largely in the Midwest and the South, many people struggle to even locate health care, in addition to the barriers that they face within socioeconomic difficulties. When we're talking about building structures like Medicare for All, we need to keep in mind all the barriers and where we can knock all of them down, because many people, particularly people of color, particularly working class people, are struggling to even gain access to these services, even when we build structures to create them. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Okay, all those in favor of increasing federal funding for rural access to health care, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Any abstaining? Okay, the ayes have it. We're combining amendments. I don't know what's going on. How's everyone doing? I'm feeling good. Feeling good. There's an amendment to add salt nutrition labels into all food sources to prevent cardiovascular disease and the death of 160,000 Americans a year from heart problems. Is there a second? All those in favor? All those opposed?
Salt is not, sodium is.
The ayes have it.
No, salt is not on there. We want salt on there.
That's a mistake. It should be salt on nutrition labels. We want salt on nutrition labels, not sodium on nutrition labels. Sodium is a chemical compound that can be much more than salt. And if you put salt on the nutrition label, we as consumers will understand what we are putting in our body. And it's healthier to know what you're putting in your body, because a healthy body is a healthy mind, it's a clear mind, and then you know what you're doing, and then we can help each other out. So we want salt on nutrition labels, not sodium on nutrition labels. That's a mistake.
Okay, thank you. Delegate for this amendment.
Hello, Spencer Queen from West Virginia. I'd like to speak in support of my friends from Wyoming. As you all know, in West Virginia, there's a fast food restaurant called Cookout. It is so good and so wildly unhealthy for you. West Virginians ought to know about it. So you should support this bill and still support Cookout.
Thank you, Delegate. Mallory, can you do
Due to the fact that I wasn't paying attention to whether or not you guys voted on this, I'm going to take one 20-second for speech and one 20-second against speech, and then we can vote again, if you guys voted.
All right, I'm Janelle once again from Oklahoma, and I just want to say the sodium labels aren't the problem. I think we can all read. It's just the access to other food choices. Instead of looking at the sodium labels, there are food deserts, and sometimes that's the only thing you can afford. Those affected with cardiovascular diseases are primarily our black and brown people and of lower income status. So I don't think sodium labels are the issue. I think we need to attack the food deserts that we have in our country.
All right.
Hi, Kurt Springer, State Chair for Montana. I agree in that regard to the former delegate, but also sodium is an element that can be modified and warped into different isotopes and different ions along with just in and of itself, whereas salt, by definition, can only be sodium chloride in its own form. Salt, as in table salt, or rock salt, is still sodium chloride. In order to have that, like that label, that is what is healthy for us. We need to know how much of that is in our food, as opposed to sodium ions.
Do I have a motion to vote? Do I have a second? All right. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those in favor? All those opposed? Doesn't pass. All right.
This next amendment is combined. The first part is liberating those who have been formerly incarcerated due to marijuana convictions. The second part is reparations for systemic inequality and providing economic opportunities to those. Sorry, I'm just not reading these. Providing economic opportunity to those of lower income in areas. Yes, Delegate.
Hi, I'm Jordan Spat from North Carolina. Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, beyond expunging and pardoning those who have been wrongly incarcerated by marijuana, a largely accepted substance, these people deserve to be reimbursed for their false convictions and suffering. Along with these reimbursements, helping those victims be reintroduced to the political process is imperative. I propose we do this through civic training and emphasis on activism to make up for lost time. Their voices need to be heard. There is a positive correlation between those who have incarcerations or interactions with the criminal justice system and political withdrawal. Run-ins with the police or more cause isolation from voting and other acts of civic duty. Those who have been wrongly convicted of marijuana possession deserve to be rehabilitated and reimbursed. Thank you.
30 seconds to the delegate for the amendment.
I'm not going to echo too much of what many other people have already said, but I will say Virginia alone spends $1.5 billion per year incarcerating people. If we were able to cut that budget very significantly by passing this amendment, we would be able to do a number of other things with that money, such as reparations, such as further education, et cetera, use money for better things than locking up innocent people.
Thank you, Delegate. 30 seconds to the delegate for the amendment.
First of all, happy Black History Month to everyone. So to speak to this reparations to African Americans, let me just say that African Americans built this country. We were forced on slave ships. We did not come here willingly. So I do believe we need to be paid for our labor.
30 seconds to the delegate against the amendment.
let's just say the delegate from the U.S. Virgin Islands is in support of the amendment in theory. However, I just want attention to be brought to be clarified exactly what is this economic reparation exactly. We need to clarify exactly how are we going to pay the descendants of African Americans and Native Americans for our ancestors' work. Are we talking a tax break? Are we talking an actual check? Are we talking free education? Once we clarify these things, we can actually create a clearer system and give the descendants, people of color like myself, the proper reparations for what our ancestors did.
I call a motion to vote. Is there a second? All those in favor of liberating those who have been formerly incarcerated due to marijuana convictions and creating a federal reparations system, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Any abstaining? The ayes have it.
Do one speech for and against for each of these. Say because of the time. Two.
Continuing on, we will take one statement from each side. Our next amendment is to tie wages directly to inflation to stop businesses and corporations from raising the prices of goods and services in retaliation of the federal minimum wage. Yes, Delegate.
Yes, hello, Carl from New York again. Basically what this amendment does is make it so we don't have to come back here in another 4 years to raise the wage again. In response to us raising the wage to $15 an hour, corporations are more likely than not going to raise their prices to match that raise in wage. Rather than going through the actions of continuing to raise the wage over and over again, why don't we just tie it to inflation so that the prices on goods is the same on the prices on the salary that we earn? So, simple thing, that's it.
Delegate against this amendment?
Hi, Meg Edwards, delegate from New York. And while in general, certainly businesses should be pressured to pay decent wages, and those wages should account for inflation, tying a $15 minimum wage to inflation would not protect the low-income workers because, to quote, I believe the CEO of Carl's Jr., when this was discussed in a state recently, he would not pay people $15 an hour. He would automate their jobs out of existence. And I am concerned that policies like this will actually incentivize business owners to follow the cue of the market in eliminating the low-income jobs that many people currently depend on. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. I motion to vote. Is there a second? All those in favor of tying wages to inflation say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Nay. Any abstaining? In the opinion of the chairwoman, the ayes have it.
We appreciate your patience. We have 5 more amendments to get through. We are almost done, so please bear with us. Thank you.
Our next amendment is to promote equality in the workforce and creating a federal mandate that men and women and everyone of any gender identity should be paid equally for the work that they do. You want to speak? I motion to vote. Is there a second? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Any abstaining? The ayes have it.
Sorry, why are we going straight to voting? All right.
What's going
on? To answer that concern, it's very, very hot in here. I can see, like, everyone is, you guys, I hate to sound rude, but you guys kind of look a little miserable. You guys look great, though. But it's also 9:30, and most people who get sleep go to bed at a decent time, so we want to respect that because we have to be back here at 9 tomorrow. Sorry.
This next amendment is for a one-state solution between the conflict between Palestine and Israel. Delegate in favor? You have
Thank
2 minutes.
Thank you. So the issue with Israel and Palestine is a complicated one, but the best solution is a one-state solution. For the past however many years, however many decades that the conflict has existed, there has been 2 states, and the autonomy of the Palestinians has not been respected, even though it has been enforced by the UN in their policies. Israel has continued to ignore their autonomy and continues to commit hateful acts, war crimes, crimes against humanity, against public schools, against hospitals, against children. They continue to murder ruthlessly. Not to mention that at this point in time, the U.S. donates on average $3.8 billion in military aid to Israel and over $8 million in loans to Israel. Why should we be giving that much money to an independent nation? We have plenty of issues domestically that could use that money.
10 seconds.
So instead, we should support a one-state solution that respects the autonomy of Palestinians and Israelis, grants them both full rights of citizenship, and condemns Israeli war crimes while also abolishing the state of Israel. Thank you.
Delegate against this amendment?
Meg Edwards from New York again. I agree fundamentally with many of the points that the delegate just made, except for the one that what we've been seeing in the past several decades is a two-state solution, because I would argue that what we have seen for the past several decades is Israel's one-state solution as an apartheid state. I don't think that there has been any actual attempt to create a real state for the Palestinian people. And I think that as the Democratic Party, as the party of the people, it is important, and as Americans who want to be global leaders, I think that it is essential that we support a sincere effort to create two states along the pre-1967 boundaries, and that the United States withdraws its support to Israel until its settlers are moved into the original territory of Israel, so that there can actually be a two-state solution rather than
15
one
seconds.
state in which Israel has complete control over Palestinian lives. Thank you.
Can we get a brief rebuttal from the for the amendment side?
Hello, my name is Ahmed Hamid, delegate of the great craptastic state of Maryland. And so I would like to say I am probably the only person in this room who can say that they have firsthand experience with this. I am both an American citizen and a Palestinian citizen. Thank you. So freedom of movement for Palestinians is non-existent. Israel closes existing roads wherever they please, and those roads that they keep open are plagued by endless checkpoints. Since 1967, Israel has been the de facto sovereign of the historic lands of Palestine. Despite that, millions of Palestinians in the West Bank and in Gaza are unable to vote in elections that directly affect their ownership of land, access to water, and ability to live free lives. The two-state solution is frankly dead. The amount of legal settlements that are across the West Bank is just too much to realistically force people out of their homes. Israelis will refuse to cede any land any less than complete control of the occupied territories, while Palestinians will not leave their ancestral homes and demand the right to return for refugees. In order to begin a sincere, and I say begin because it's a long process, a sincere peace process, I support this amendment, both as an American citizen and as a Palestinian citizen.
Thank you, Delegate. Can we get a 30-second response against the amendment?
I am not necessarily against this amendment. I would just like to remind the conference that nations and states do not always align. Creating one state will not erase the underlying patterns of identity that caused this conflict, and it will not erase the conflict itself.
Thank you, Delegate. I motion to vote. Is there a second? All those in favor of adopting a one-state solution policy, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All those in favor of a one-state solution, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Any abstaining? The opinion of the parliamentarian is the nays have it. Okay. This next amendment is an amendment to formally reject foreign interventionism within our policy and politics. Yes, delegate for this amendment.
Hello, Braxton McDonald, delegate of North Dakota. In November 2008, just after Barack Obama was elected president, the United States military authorized a drone strike ostensibly targeting a gathering of terrorists in Bakhtu, Afghanistan. It was, in reality, a wedding. 37 Afghani civilians were killed, mostly women and children. Despite this, after President Obama was sworn in, the Predator drone program continued to grow, with drone strikes happening 10 times more often under Obama than under Bush. We talk again and again about how the process of economic statecraft is beneficial to our interests. We secure safety, quote, spread democracy and liberate people in the Middle East, but to these people there, we're seen only as invaders and murderers. And yet in Section 6, line 257 of this delegation's platform, they have parroted almost verbatim the same played out tropes that have kept us in a forever war in the Middle East. Nation building has more often than not has been proven to be a word that our leaders have used as a stand-in for occupation and destabilization. The United States has neither the financial capacity nor the moral authority to be the world's police officer any longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate against the amendment, you have 1 minute.
To support non-interventionism is to stand by and watch as genocide occurs. The Rwandan genocide happened because we stood by and watched. UN peacekeepers were there, they were on the ground, and they stood there and did nothing while hundreds of thousands of people were slaughtered in front of their eyes. The whole world stood there and watched. We can't let genocide happen. We can't just stand by and allow that to happen. We have to, as citizens, as humans, to support peace. And peace means stopping war. It means stopping genocide. And we can't do that by sitting around and doing nothing. It's up to us if no one else does. If we support humanity, then we do need to go and prevent genocides. There are dozens of genocides happening across the planet right now in many nations that the US currently supports. China, Israel. And what are we doing? Nothing. We already have non-interventionism. We're already sitting by and letting genocide happen. That is immoral and undemocratic. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Could I get a 15-second response for the amendment?
Okay, my name is Fatma. I am from New Jersey. I believe like United States needs not to be the policeman of the world. They need not to intervene in sovereign states. They should let other states decide for their own benefits, their own security. And frankly speaking, Iraq War is one example where they did nothing but ruin lives for Americans and ruin lives for Iraqis.
Thank you, Delegate. 15 to 30-second max response. The delegate against the amendment.
Greg McGavich, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. If we look at the amendment, it specifies deleting economic statecraft. What that's code for is cutting foreign aid. That's code for taking money away from the billionaires in this country and being able to give it to the poorest citizens of the world. That's what this amendment wants to do. We've seen too much abandoning of global leadership under this president administration. We need to change that. We're the Democratic Party that won 2 world wars and founded the UN. Let's lead the world.
Thank you. I motion to vote. Is there a second? All those in favor of adding this amendment in which you reject, it's a statement of rejection of foreign interventionism, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Nay. Any abstaining? The nays have it. All right, everyone. Our final amendment of the night. We will hear 2 statements on both sides of 2 minutes each. This amendment is for statehood of Puerto Rico and the District of Columbia. Delegate for the amendment.
122 years ago, 1898, the United States engaged in war with Spain and ended up earning, as spoils of war, Puerto Rico along with several other territories, including the Philippines, who actually got their independence, right? For 120 years, Puerto Rico has remained either a colony, then named an unincorporated territory, where we have some representation in Congress with a voice, but no vote. Puerto Ricans, as U.S. citizens, same as other territories, do not have the ability to vote for the president of the country whose jurisdiction they are under. Therefore, if we are going to continue, if we are still going to be taxed by the United States, I think that we should get the representation that we deserve. If not, I mean, what are we doing? We should have gotten this right 120 years ago to be able to have the rights that have been denied to us for over a century.
2 minutes to the delegate against the amendment.
Right, I am Herman Vargas, delegate for Puerto Rico, and I would like to speak against this amendment as it stands, because it doesn't recognize the history of colonialism of the United States in Puerto Rico, and it negates Puerto Ricans' right to self-determination and to establish the conditions under which they join the states.
Thank you. 2 minutes to the delegate for the amendment.
Lori Anderson from Louisiana. I grew up in Washington, D.C., and I like to quote what our license plates read: taxation without representation in the nation's capital. That is not right.
Delegate against the amendment.
Puerto Rico has been a U.S. territory for over 100 years. If we wanted them to become a state, they would be by now. What we should do instead, I am not denying Puerto Ricans their autonomy. What I want is complete independence for Puerto Rico, for Puerto Ricans to be free from U.S. colonialism, imperialism, from U.S. hegemony. Puerto Ricans should have the right to form their own nation, to not have their culture wiped out like has been done with Hawaii. Puerto Rico should have the freedom to decide what they want to do. Why should we as a party legislate what one sovereign people does? Now, Puerto Ricans are citizens of the United States, but they have historically been disenfranchised and ignored. Why would they want to take part in the system that actively harms them? Instead, we should give independence to Puerto Rico, to let them have the authority and to rule themselves. Thank you.
I motion to vote. Is there a second? All those in favor of statehood for Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C. say aye. Those opposed? Those abstaining? The opinion of the chair is? Okay, we're going to call again. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Those abstaining? The ayes have it. Yes. I motion to vote to adopt the official party platform. Is there a second? All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Thank you, Iowa. The ayes have it.
And just when you thought you could leave. I'm just kidding. Thank you guys for staying. That was wonderful. Give yourselves a round of applause. All right, the convention is in recess. Here's some important information, though. We will resume again. Oh, you all sat back down. I like that. We will resume again tomorrow at 9:15, and there will be coffee and breakfast at 8:30 in the lobby right here. Hang on to your credentials. Please do not lose them. And also, you're going to get your T-shirts tomorrow. So, yeehaw. See you tomorrow.
Yeet.